Hello?
Hello?
Hello!
Hello!
How are you, my friend?
I am doing alright, my friend. It's been a while, huh?
It has been. How are you? I feel we've both grown since we last chatted.
That's fair. Maybe a micrometer, potentially on my end. But
Right? Growth is
growth
growth.
is growth, indeed, indeed. No, I'm doing alright. I have been, um, getting some stuff together, and I got myself a new desk and everything, and, uh,
Nice.
yeah, and today I did a little bit of a more of a workout than I thought I would have. And because of that, my arms are just aching. Like they've been aching since 2 p.m., I think. So that's fun. Um,
Oh, yeah, 'cause that's like 6 hours ago. No,
yeah, I'm not healthy.
7 hours ago.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
So, didn't expect it, but yeah, I'll deal. Took some painkillers not too long ago, like two minutes ago. So, wait for those to kick in potentially, and if they don't, well then, oh,
And then you can always take more.
well, yeah, that's true.
Lots of painkillers.
Mm-hmm. I'll just
Pain-
forget about it by absorbing whatever we're gonna watch today.
Okay.
How are
Yeah,
you?
so sometimes I
How's
should get
everything
into the
gone?
watch together. So I also have a furniture building story. I
Oh,
built a shelving unit. Um,
ooh, we like
moved a bunch of
shelves.
stuff onto it. Yeah. I needed pantry space.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Um, like one whole shelf of my shelving unit is like devoted spice storage.
Oh, nice.
Um,
Yeah.
yeah. So like actually getting the chance to like organize my shit was pretty great.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, Aside from that, I went to Maine over Christmas break, but you
Nice.
know
Nice.
that.
Nice.
Um,
We are
so
live, by the
friends,
way, so I will.
yes,
Okay. Just making sure
um,
you know.
they they knew I used to live there.
Yeah. I just, I figured it's for posterity, really.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Um, saw friends and family. Came back and just kind of been hanging out.
Hell yeah, dude. Yeah. Um. It's What was it? Yeah. I've got a bunch of projects now to do around here that the desk was the most important one, so figured I'd
Yeah.
do that, and then I still have some stuff that I needed to put together that I just have lying in my back room, just because I'm like, it snapped a little bit, and I just don't want to deal with this, so I threw it in the back room.
Uh, no one ever told you about the part of getting older, which is that like projects just appear.
They do. Oh my god, dude. Okay, so I, I by the I I'm thinking about putting in a new sink in my bathroom. like
Exactly.
like
This is what I'm
legitimately,
talking about.
I'm just like, dude, this sink kind of sucks. Like, it doesn't have any space for like the actual soap dispenser that I have and everything, and
Hmm.
the my toothbrush thing and everything. So I'm just like, man, you know what? I kind of need one with like a vanity, because then I can have like storage underneath as well. That'd be great instead of just
Dude.
this hanging sink. Uh,
Yeah.
and so I've been researching to look into a new sink. I've been measuring. I'm just like,
Hmm.
oh, this is gonna be neat.
A vanity is like the bathroom equivalent of like an island in your kitchen.
Exactly.
It's like
Yep.
you don't think it'll be such a game changer, but it absolutely 100% is.
Yeah. 110% for sure. So that's one of the things that I need, and my brain is like, dude, I actually think I need more space in my home. Shit.
Hmm.
So my brain
Hmm.
is like, okay, so either we get the crawl space to become a full basement, or we think about an addition. And I'm like, let me research this. So I started doing it, and I'm like, oh, crawl space into basement is actually like way more risky. And expensive.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'd imagine it'd be like way more costly too.
Yeah. So,
it's like you're fucking around with a house's foundation.
Exactly. And like, even if people are skilled, there's like no guarantee potentially. So I'm just like, okay, well, you know, if somebody makes an addition, then maybe, and I do have some space around the property, of course, so maybe I'll apply for a loan someday. And then I'm also like, man, I also might need a new car soon because mine is starting to have a bad time here and there. And the engine light's on every winter.
Yikes.
Yeah, and also the windshield is super cracked, and I can't see out of it sometimes. It's pretty great.
Dude,
it's all money.
I remember I was talking to some friends back in the Northeast.
Yeah.
And she was like, "Oh, like, how do you like things out west?" And I'm like, "Oh, you know, they're pretty good. It's unnaturally warm this winter." And my friend's like, "Oh, dude, that must be nice." My breath was freezing to the inside of my windshield on my way to work.
Yikes, dude.
And I was like, "Ooh, yeah, no." I walked down to the local Trader Joe's in flip-flops, and I got a little bit cold, so... What I'm saying is I know your pain.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
Dude, okay, so when my planes set off from here to Maine,
yeah,
it was like 50 or so degrees here, and then I like fly to Philly, and then like from there to Maine,
sure,
and they do that little like thing like, "Oh, hey, it's like such and such degrees when you land at this time."
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I left, it was like mid 50s, and then when I landed, it was -4.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yep. And brother, I have unfortunately turned into a little bitch with the cold.
Oh no, you lost it.
Dude, I thought I'd never lose it. I did. I absolutely did.
Yeah, I haven't been back up to Maine for a while, but down here, it's at least been like down to, I think the lowest was like 14 or something this time around. So I was like, okay, all right. Well, I'm still like going outside in my thinnest hoodie and everything, so it's basically the same as when I lived up there. But like, you know, not in the same way as if I go outside, I instantly start dying inside of my bones. So at least, I mean, it's not that, but
it had been such a while since I gotten to experience the air hurting my lungs.
Yep. I honestly do still miss it, like a little bit here and there, because I'm just like, man, that's home.
Dude, when it snows here, I get giddy.
Oh yeah, down here, people don't know how to drive in the winter, so I'm just like, well, I'll just, you know, watch out for other people. And then every time I hit some ice, I'm like, ooh, that's a little, ooh. And then I'm like, I want
little spice.
Yeah, exactly. I'm just like, ooh, I can feel that in my brakes a little bit when I press down. Woo!
Yeah. Ooh, I had a friend who died like this.
Yep. So I'm just like, man, you get little bits of it here and there, but there's nothing like the real thing. Well,
Okay. Also, sorry, I'm eating noodles.
Yeah.
What are we discussing today, by the way?
Well, I was gonna say hello, everyone. We haven't been ignoring you. I promise. It's just, you know, catching up a little bit. Welcome back to Table Talk Discussion and Discourse. I, as always, am your host, Alejo, aka Great on 95.
And I am your second host, Captain Chiral.
And Boo will be here later. He's at work right now, so he will get here probably around 10:30 or so. We'll see. Unless he feels bad.
don't give it away. Say that it's he's doing a bit, and when he jumps into the call, it'll be to surprise all of us. And you'll go, boom.
Right. I feel you. I understand. Well, yeah, it's a bit.
Yes, it's absolutely a bit.
But yeah, so today I found a couple of videos. One that's discussing how it's titled "Understanding Alignment for D&D," player and DM advice. But the reason that I was like, oh, is because the thumbnail was like, if you don't like the alignment system, you're doing it wrong. And I'm like, okay, interesting. We'll see if it's potentially about using alignment more as a guideline rather than a hard and fast rule or something, to align with what we usually kind of talk about with the alignment system. Or well, maybe it's just something that we haven't heard before about alignment that could be interesting. And secondarily, I have a video queued up for giants. It is 5 ways to make giants more exciting in D&D, which I'm sure there are many ways, but I'm interested to hear about the 5 that someone might have, because giants are cool. Giants are neat.
Giants are cool.
Yeah.
So before we jump in, would you like to share your thoughts on the alignment system and or giants, or shall I go first?
I will let you go first. Go for it.
All right. Which should I guess I'll start with the alignment system first. So yeah, harkening back to like what we've talked about before with the alignment system. I'm a fan of like general kind of rules, like being as far as the alignment system goes.
Yeah.
I like if someone says, hey, what sort of character are you making? I think that I'm making a lawful good character.
Yeah.
Like describes your character perfectly if you don't want to get into the weeds of the character and how they act. Because generally I think trying to distill down every type of response to like a given situation into like one of 9 boxes is unnecessarily hamstringing yourself.
Yeah.
I believe that not only do like people not fit cleanly into boxes, but also that people change.
Yes.
A character that starts chaotic good may go to more lawful or vice versa, or whichever direction over the course of a campaign. And I believe that having that little corner of your character sheet that says, I am a lawful good paladin of tier.
Sure.
Is just kind of, yeah, it's just hamstringing yourself and just like you are putting yourself into a box in a game where arguably the whole point is that you are like not playing what you are, you're breaking into new spheres, I guess. Trying to always act very consistently and always very like black and white as part of that alignment system is like, again, unnecessarily hamstringing yourself. What was the rule with alignment changes in older editions?
I think it was, as far as I remember, there was like if you were to do certain actions that were considered, good, evil, all that kind of stuff, it would shift you at your DM's discretion, though I don't necessarily remember like the hard and fast rules about it.
Okay, so you don't know if there were any ramifications for that shift.
I think if you have like I think it's potentially a bad thing for your like devotion to a god potentially, and also certain weapons and such, right? Because some of them were tied to being
Well,
good
yeah.
and evil and all that kind of stuff. But other than that, not sure.
Yeah, so like that's like just if you're like a cleric or a paladin, but
Yeah,
like if you're
mostly.
say a ranger or whatever
Yeah,
or fighter.
yeah,
Um yeah, no, intrigued to see understanding alignment for D&D
yeah,
and see if there's maybe advice I can glean.
yeah, exactly. Because like we always say, alignment's a guideline. Really, it's good as a starting point, as you said. I think that it's good to get across what you're looking to play.
Mhm.
Towards your DM and your other players and stuff if you need to, so that they have an idea of the type of character they're going to be playing. I actually might be getting into an actual in-person game and running it at some point for some people, because one of my
Nice.
coworkers came by, went, look at those fucking Warhammer minis that you got there. Or, well, he was just like, well, look at those. What are those? And I was like, those are Warhammer minis. And he was like, oh, wow, did you paint these? And I was like, yeah. And he was like, dude, they look like they came, like, painted like that. And I was like, that's incredibly kind of you, but I'm not good at painting. I promise you this. um, but, through conversation, found out that he really, like, always has wanted to play D&D. And I told him about how I've been playing for a long time, and I've DM'd and stuff, and he was like, dude, would you do? And I was like, yeah, sure, fuck it. Tell me what to do. Tell me where to be and stuff. And he said, I'll get back to you. And I was like, cool.
Yeah.
So for brand new players, the whole point of this, for brand new players at least, I think the alignment system is incredibly useful to adhere to, I guess, in a way, just so that they can understand, their character more, if they're not used to role playing at all, and the actions and stuff that would fit them, because it gives you those boxes, and you can kind of think about every single choice that you could make in those kinds of ways. But yeah, it's one of those things that with experience, I think you'll be able to understand inherently and grow from, and out of, relying upon, like,
Yeah.
heavily. So, but it's
Yeah.
not like it's bad.
I probably should have mentioned at my point that, like, yeah, it is absolutely very helpful to a new
Yeah,
player.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Actually thinking back to it when I had a campaign that was like all new people, I was like, just well, actually no. One person had played D&D like a little bit, and another person had played it a bunch.
Right.
And we had a rogue in our party, and like hearing one player tell the other like, oh well, you are a chaotic good, you don't necessarily have to like oh, I forget the details. The chaotic good rogue came up with a plan that was like lawful good,
Sure.
and but like would involve paying like a bunch of money. And the actual cleric of the party who was like, well, hey, you are chaotic good, not lawful good. But yeah, no, absolutely, it does help new players to like think of their character and sort of prop things up until you get more used to like making more nuanced characters.
Exactly. Yeah, I think it's incredibly useful in that way.
Mhm.
By the way, hello everybody in chat.
Oh yes, hello.
Let's see. Hey Pizza Funk, hey Entropy, and hey Timothy.
Yeah.
I like the conversations about alignment. Like, I see it as a tool to discuss what a character is in any medium. Now, realizing that it's not really what the alignment system is doing by itself, but whatever. Yeah. It helps with categorizations and basing characters off of other characters and such. If you are looking for inspiration, right? Um, sometimes I use the alignment chart as a starting point for my character and move on from there and let my character change along the way. Like Aiden said, nobody fits into boxes. Leroy started as chaotic neutral, but he has changed a bit since that. He cares more about stuff now, but who knows, he might relapse. Yeah, that's also true. It's just, I think it's one of those things where you can still describe a character as a certain way, regardless of, like, unless they are completely shifting into completely different actions most of the time. You can still describe them as, like, lawful neutral or something. Because they could still be doing good things, but for their own personal reasons and stuff, or for more nefarious reasons potentially. But it doesn't necessarily mean that your entire quote-unquote alignment has changed. Your sense of thinking necessarily has changed. So there's a lot of, like, ways to consider, especially for lawful neutral and chaotic neutral. I really enjoy being that way just as a character because it allows me. I mean, it's not like I have the limitation because of, the alignment system, but it allows other people to understand that my character's temperament is going to be what he views as, okay or potentially beneficial to himself and others potentially.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of, I mean, it's not like that's not the case for every alignment system, but it's just a good signpost to say, sometimes I'm going to do some shady shit sometimes. It's fine. Don't worry about that. It's okay. It's totally within my realm of thinking.
Yeah. Like, it would be kind of weird if you had a level 1 to 20 campaign, where your character has gone places, done shit, probably died a couple times. It would be weird if at the end of that level 20 campaign, you were still, like, as one note, the lawful neutral as you were at the beginning of the campaign. It would be weird if, like, you didn't, like, gain a little, like, compassion or maybe
Exactly.
like lean a bit more towards the evil side. It, like, no man goes through all. Oh wait, no, sorry, no, that's not. That's no man is an island. That means something
That's
completely
completely
different.
different. But it's also kind of relevant.
No adventurer goes through things like life and death adventures and emerges from the other side unscathed.
Yes.
Frodo does not throw the ring into the volcano and then just go back into the Shire.
Yeah, exactly. You see it. It's changed everything. It's a good way to look at it for sure. I consider myself lawful good. Conquering the multiverse is what a lawful good person would do. That's true. That's absolutely fair. Yeah. I think DMs should tell their players at the start, hey, you don't have to stick to the alignment. Yeah, exactly. I think that's what I'm going to do when I start doing stuff for the group, if this comes about. Because it's like I'm going to point out to them what the alignment chart is, what it's meant to be, and then say, but you don't have to stick to it necessarily, because, like, you are playing a person, and a person doesn't necessarily only do things lawfully or chaotically or good or evil, like, or neutrally. Like, it's all going to be in the moment what feels right to your character.
Like, I would consider myself typically a pretty lawful person.
Yeah,
However, like, I've been looking at, like, pirating media and going, oh wow, that's pretty easy. Haha, that's pretty tempting. For legal reasons,
you would never.
I will not. I would never.
No, never.
Never. No, that's immoral. But on the DL.
Right.
Um, So yeah, no, like.
Well,
yeah, I'm just going to wind up circling this point into yet another repetition of people don't fit into boxes, so I'm not even going to bother.
I was going to say, because, like, even that I wouldn't consider to be, like, it's dependent on the law of the, I guess, the established government, quote unquote, right? Rather than your personal viewings on your own law of, or quote unquote law of how you would act, right? Because I don't consider piracy in the sense of preservation as a bad thing, right? Like, it's not unlawful. Like, technically, yes, right? But it's, I don't consider it to be.
Trace in the Infinite is doing the universe a kindness when he's like preserving thousands of people in stasis
exactly.
for like thousands of years. He's actually a good guy.
Yeah, exactly. Now it's obviously it doesn't apply to all things, just as everything doesn't. There are exceptions all over the place, but it's just one of those things where stuffing into people into boxes really does suck. It's true. But
they start to smell after a while.
That's right. Sometimes I forget if they're alive or dead, and then I just don't open the box, so I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a whole thing, because, like, obviously your own personal code of ethics, I suppose, or moral code, or whatever, that is itself lawful, which is why, you know, lawful neutral can be, or lawful in general can be considered not just the law of the land, but also your personal code that you go by. So I don't know. It's a whole thing. It's an interesting discussion. So that being said, let's move on to the video, huh? Let's find out just what we need to find out about understanding alignment, hey?
After you, sir.
Mm-hmm.
You don't find alignment enjoyable? It's because you're doing it wrong.
Thanks.
Alignment in Dungeons & Dragons operates on a 2-axis 9-point system. One axis is law to chaos, while the other is good to evil, with neutrality in the middle of both. Let's try to understand why alignment exists in D&D and why it's important. Tonight, in real life, if somebody breaks into your home, kills you, then steals your stuff, that's a bad thing, right? Yet, that's exactly what adventurers have been doing ever since original D&D was published back in 1974. A group of adventurers go into a dungeon, kill the inhabitants.
I just wanted to throw out, I really enjoy the captioning on this video.
Yeah, I'm fortunate.
White text with a black outline.
Yes, yeah, exactly. Captioning done right. I will say that I don't enjoy the quality of the audio, but I understand now why the captioning is here, I suppose. Because I'm over here like, this was made only a month ago.
That's it.
Yes. So, I mean, and not to say that, you know, it's just one of those things that you notice immediately, because it's just like, oh, this sounds a little crunchy. But I hope that the person has. Oh, by the way, sorry, this is brought to us by We Love TTRPGs. Don't know what the person's name is, but that is the channel. Yeah, I don't know. It's just hopefully they got a better microphone, you know?
Inhabitants and steal their stuff. But those adventurers are good and those monsters are evil. So I guess it's okay after all. In reality, the notions of good and evil are constructs devised by societies. Each society defines its own set of values as good, while considering those of their adversaries, potential threats, or the unfamiliar as evil. However, this approach proves inadequate in the context of the example above. A character whose livelihood depends on eliminating adversaries seeks assurance that the enemy is genuinely evil, rather than merely perceived as such. And this was the intent of original D&D. If it is acceptable to kill monsters for their treasure, then what is to stop the players from killing a merchant and stealing their goods?
Nothing.
Alignment was meant to help players guide their actions, to assist them in creating character motivations, and prevent abuses and exploitations of the game. But as the game became more complex and the stories expanded to encompass more than just simple dungeon exploration, the simple alignment system began to break down. And Then add to that the players and DMs who didn't really understand alignment. Well, this caused the problem to only grow. Alignment was intended to promote good play, not a weapon to restrict your enjoyment, as some DMs did when they arbitrarily decided that their perception of alignment didn't match the players.
I think that's an important thing to really emphasize. And it's a good point to bring up. It's just, it's not there to hamper you. It's just not. You know, some people might use it as that, which is unfortunate. But that's where you get all the stories that you've seen on the internet about, you know, this DM is a bad one because, oh, he did the thing in this way, whoa. That you see in your crit crabs and your,
yeah, I was going to say, Crit Crab went back in time to put in the alignment system into D&D so that his channel could have a future.
Exactly, manifested. But yeah, it's. I think it's just one of those things that's important to note that, and I'm glad that this person has brought it up, of the fact that because D&D was so simple before, it was simple to put the alignment system in and just kind of leave it and just go, this is how it is, just to, you know, say, oh, you're going through the dungeon, you're getting all these things, don't worry, those guys are evil, it's fine, just take the shit.
Yeah. The goblins are evil, and thus it is morally justified.
Exactly. But obviously, you know, as this person has said, the hobby has expanded into being incredibly nuanced, depending on the games that you play. And you know, not everything is necessarily one way or the other, and I don't think it ever necessarily has been, depending on, you know, who's run what. But the intention was, in the first iteration, that you're just basically dungeon crawling, you know, doing that kind of stuff. Role-playing was there, but it was a lot less, just because of, you know, the roots and everything being the wargaming and all that, and the dungeon crawling aspect. But not to say that, like I said, there are some people who didn't necessarily follow this system to the T. The alignment system, excuse me. This guy cleans up nice. Yes.
Yes, he does, actually. So, what was I going to say? The alignment system does also have a use, which is like, say, your campaign, for whatever reason, probably time conflicts, does not meet for like 3 months. When you're like dusting off your character sheet and you're going, okay, what's this guy all about? You're looking at your alignment, you're looking at your bonds, which I have in the past told people, like, jot down maybe a couple notes. You will not use this, like, probably ever, hopefully ever. But yeah, the alignment system, it was probably put in like with the intention of helping the player.
Yes.
But I do think that it has shown itself to be not that way, because a lot of DMs interpret it differently than how it was like initially meant to be.
Yeah, I think so. And it's unfortunate because it at least to me, it seems simple enough to understand that it's not something that you need to follow, you know, rigidly. It just doesn't seem like it's something like it's useful in the sense of creation, I suppose, of, you know, characters and adversaries of the characters and the world in general, just to understand some things. But again, it's just, you don't have to go, hey, you're fucking lawful evil, what the fuck are you doing helping somebody? Right?
Yeah.
Which, because then you just immediately go into the argument of, well, so I can be doing it because I'm trying to gain something from this, rather than necessarily because it's for the good of it, right? Like, you know, we just go into the whole discussion about motivation.
Yeah, like using alignment as a cudgel.
Yeah, exactly.
Back in the 80s, running the Temple of Elemental Evil, during a random wilderness encounter with some gnolls, my friend Paul said, "I want to talk to the gnolls." What? Gnolls are evil. It says so right in the book. Yeah, but evil doesn't mean stupid, does it? Those types of discussions influenced my views on alignment. So in 1989, when Paul and I began creating our homebrew world of Taratu, we decided that labels like good and evil should have some substance and nuance to them.
Hey.
Unless we're talking about the archetypes of angels, demons, and gods.
Morality might have shades of gray and might even be a matter of perspective. In our attempt to answer the question, why are all the goblinoid races listed as evil, we decided.
Very Sith of you to say.
True.
Aiden will remember that.
Interesting. The OD&D system was only lawful, neutral, and evil, no good and evil. What?
Interesting.
That makes it a lot more simple. But I don't know if does it's the whole thing of like is lawful necessarily good, you know? Is it?
Yeah.
Which is why they expanded it, I assume, because a regime that is utilizing the law to suppress the populace is not necessarily a good thing. Right? But then I guess you would classify them as evil. I don't know.
Which was the edition of D&D that like evil creatures just like spoke evil?
Oh, well, I know that 3.5 had it where you could speak your alignment to other people, and if they were the same alignment, they could understand it, but it was a risk, I think, was something in it. I don't know what the risk was necessarily, but it was something.
Okay. That idea has always interested me because I really like marrying the idea of that with Thieves' Cant.
Oh yeah.
Just being like, oh yeah, don't mind me, Mr. Paladin, who's like actually a rogue. It's fine.
Yeah, we should really talk about Thieves' Cant someday, just like in depth, because I think Thieves' Cant is probably one of the coolest things that could be utilized a whole hell of a lot. I don't know if we probably have talked about Thieves' Cant once. I don't actually know. We've been doing this for a while. But it's got so much potential to it in the many different ways that you can implement it. And also implementing the quote unquote speaking in true neutral or lawful evil or whatever in addition. That would be interesting. Sith, are we watching Count Dooku here? A little bit. Deities and demons can change over time too. They're characters as well, therefore they can do everything all other characters can do. So it depends, right, on how you write them. Because at least thinking about D&D and raw D&D, they are considered to be things that cannot change because they are not necessarily like, for lack of a better word, with a soul, or that they have a soul, and the ability to make those kinds of decisions, to actually promote themselves to have change and all that. Doesn't mean they can't be interesting, but you know.
Counterpoint. Lucifer.
Yeah, I know. Oh, I'm not talking about biblical. Thank you. I'm talking about D&D.
Fair.
But I agree. There's a whole thing there that's a very interesting topic that yeah.
What was I going to say? So I am a fan of deities as more or less like pillars of creation,
Sure.
I guess.
Yeah.
And that's why, at least personally, I justify my deities remaining relatively unchanging in terms of demeanor and position and stance.
Understandable. I like my deities to be more like the gods of old, the Greeks gods and the Roman gods, ones that are more human, quote unquote, you know, and the fact that they are just kind of like shitty people sometimes, most of the time, let's be fair. But, you know, they have the ability, because they aren't, there's no way they couldn't be flawed, at least in my mind. So they can change and have conflict and all that kind of stuff and deviate and potentially become different. But, you know, it's however you want to do it.
A god's personality shifting to the point where their domain changes would be really cool.
Oh yeah. I'm a demon, but I can change if I have to, I guess. Yeah, fair enough. Indeed.
Not a fate.
In D&D, if you are writing for a character, they can change if you want them to. Well, so, like I said, it depends on how you write whatever you want to write. But what I'm saying is, raw, as in rules as written, like, straight up just out of the book D&D, they don't change the demons and the angels. They can have personality and stuff, but they don't change their decisions, because they are strictly, like, paragons of good and evil, and law, and chaos, and all that kind of stuff. Demons, devils, all of that. So it's just, you know, you change it however you want to for your world. Don't let the shit be, you know, restrictive in that sense, obviously.
There is, in my mind at least, I like to think of it from the god's perspective.
Yeah.
Of like, oh, a mortal has come to me, prostrated themselves before me, and is trying to convince me to do something that I don't want to do.
Right.
No, because I'm a god,
yeah.
I do what I want. And if like you point out like, oh, your whole way of doing things is like actually rooted in hypocrisy, and here's this eloquent like dissertation on why you are objectively wrong, the god's still going to go, okay, cool, I don't care.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm a god. What do I care for right and wrong, unless you're, you know, the god of right and wrong, in which case, but if I'm the god of death, what do I care that you're like, oh, you're a hypocrite? I'm gonna say, okay, cool. I'll see you in 80 years, I guess.
Yeah.
And then we'll see that's the last laugh.
Sorry, dude. Not gonna change just for you. You're not that special, alright?
Yeah, exactly. Like, when a god, like, kicks you out of their sphere and tells you, get over yourself.
Yeah. Very good. Greek gods' personalities are supposed to reflect the domain they represent. Zeus acts like he does because he represents kings, and kings act like that. Hades kidnapped Persephone because taking a young girl away from her mother is what death does. Oh, that makes sense for that. Yeah. Didn't even think of that.
That's an interesting personification.
I like that a lot. Hades is sick. Everybody likes Hades. Anyway.
Hades is pretty sick.
Yeah.
Who is the Egyptian god of death?
Anubis, I believe.
Anubis, yes.
Yeah.
I've been learning about Anubis recently, and so, you know, Egyptian mythology has never interested me as a person. Yeah, no, I always kind of bounced off it. I don't know what's up.
Fair enough.
But you know, what I do really love is fleshed out, like, underworlds and the process of, like, death and weighing out souls. And you know what has that in fucking spades? Egyptian mythology.
Yep,
so I've been, like, diving in recently, and there's some good stuff there.
Yeah.
Decided that the goblinoid races, now generally living underground, used to live above ground in relative peace. It was the migrations of humans spreading across the continent that violently forced the goblinoids underground. As a result, both sides have labeled the other as evil. And while many goblinoid settlements are now more closely aligned with acts of cruelty, this is a reflection of the harsh environment they are forced to live in. It is their violent history with humans that explains the hostility between them. We must also recognize that lawful evil individuals.
I also just wanted to throw out, I'm really enjoying all of these minis.
Yeah, minis are cool.
Yeah, the minis are neat.
Yeah.
Would rarely see themselves as evil. They would likely believe that their actions are not only justified, but also necessary for protection from the other. In our homebrew world, the kingdoms of the Hypemen are classified in game terms as lawful good feudal monarchies. Yet they do some pretty terrible things in the name of preserving their civilization.
The greater
As a society,
good.
the Hypemen are xenophobic and terrified of all magic not derived from divine source. As a result, they freely murder wizards, warlocks, and elves in particular are seen as unnatural servants of evil. Hypeman witch hunts are an act of evil motivated by ignorance and fear, but the Hypeman people are generally lawful good. In those examples, we can see that by asking ourselves to understand why a person or society feels and acts as they do, we discover that morality becomes more complicated. And dang it, now we're debating ethics when all we really wanted to do was have fun defeating some monsters. So,
well, what if I want to do both?
What's that joke that Warhammer 40k? Oh fuck, hold on. I'll see if I can find it. I'm just
Okay.
If I try to do it myself, I'll mangle it.
Yeah, I got you.
We'll loop back to this.
Okay.
Continue.
I was just gonna say that I think that it's incredibly beneficial for people that are world building to be thinking about stuff like this, because it also helps with the start of a game potentially for players, to give them the information that the characters would know about these civilizations. So, for instance, in this example, they might be from somewhere else in this homebrew world, and thus find out about these kingdoms and have them be classified as evil to them, right? And maybe none of them are elves, and none of them are wizards, and they go there, and they're like, oh, wow, they actually like are kind of cool. Like, they're being nice to us and everything. Wow, I thought they were supposed to be evil and stuff. And then, find out more about what they do, and if that, makes the characters decide that they are truly an evil thing, or if they are, if they're doing it for a reason that they can understand, or like what, could happen there. And then thus you have potentially a plot hook or something that could happen because of that, of trying to sow dissent within that kingdom, or trying to change at least some of the views of some people to potentially start a movement or something, or just leave there entirely, or just get into potentially a faction that is against that kingdom, and thus doing work for them that will ultimately undermine what that kingdom is trying to do. You got possibilities because of the alignment that they started with and then perceive and understand.
Well, I am no closer to finding that joke, so I will attempt to recreate it.
Okay.
And it's Warhammer 40k has like two subject matters for its books.
Yeah.
The first is cool space marines shooting bad guys.
True.
Yippee. And the second is the dehumanization effects of war and the futility of self-actualization in an uncaring society by Azathoth the Baby Mangler.
It is true. It is true.
I have. Oh wait, yes, I just remembered what it was. What that was in reference to. With I didn't want to debate ethics. I just wanted to kill goblins.
Right. Well, that's the other thing of like, I talked about this a little while back, a couple of times now. with goblins specifically, of the one goblin faction that I had in my first world, that was, you know, seen as bad, because they're goblins, but they were enslaved by dwarves who had grown too hedonistic and had, you know, begun using them as their slave efforts in order to dig out shit and all that. Utilizing the alignment charts and all that kind of stuff, and utilizing what the perception is of these creatures can, if you want to flip it on its head a little bit here and there, just to give people a little bit of a subversion, it is something that you can do by just going, well, what if they're not though? You know, what if they're not that bad though? You know, what if they're like in this, especially we've got an example of, well, the goblins are considered evil because of all the shit that's happened to them, and still they're doing shit that's pretty cruel because they have to. Like, that's the thing. But potentially, you know, if something were to change, they could be considered good again, potentially. And again, it's not like all goblins, quote unquote, you know. We have goblin characters that are in every kind of fantasy thing, that are like, hey, I'm cool, don't worry about it. So
yeah, so if I were to put if I were to wrap up what we've discussed with a nice little bow tie, explorations in the morality of a system, be it like Azathoth the baby wrangler,
yes,
or evil goblins for whatever reason, maybe displaced by humans, maybe enslaved by dwarves, what have you. Explorations on morality in a setting is a perfectly valid way to explore a setting.
Yeah.
And like, potentially, hopefully, deepen your understanding of not only your own morality, but also of the setting.
Exactly. Yep. It all contributes to that living, breathing world experience.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
you never know if you consider killing evil or not until you pause and you take a moment and you look into empty space and you go, is killing bad? And then decide for yourself.
Exactly. And then, you know, when you're going around and you keep killing, and then you just pause and look at your party and say, are we the baddies?
Yes.
It's good. Yeah, it's really complex. When Cornell takes more land, Cornell's subjects, more farmland. The other kingdom, no, we have less farmland. Yep, that's a whole thing as well.
Well, just put all of your domain under Cornell's sole rule.
Yeah, exactly.
Problem solved.
Yeah, so everywhere just is ruled. Absolutely.
Yeah. Oligarchy solves all problems.
Never could be anything but a solution.
For alignment to work effectively in your game of Dungeons and Dragons, I'm going to offer you some tips. For players, alignment should be a flashlight in the dark, not a gun to the head.
True.
If you don't find alignment enjoyable, it's because you're doing it wrong. You've heard the old joke, doctor, it hurts when I do this, and the doctor says, so don't do that. Alignment's the same. If your interpretation of alignment is so extreme that it's causing you to have less fun, then change your interpretation. Alignment should simply be assisting a player to better understand and portray their character, nothing more. Avoid extreme positions. A very common mistake is for players to confuse morality with intelligence and sanity.
This was one that I was going to actually, because he had mentioned it before, and I meant to bring it up before, but the chaotic evil being chaotic stupid.
Yes.
Yeah, how...
Yeah, talking to the gnolls.
Exactly. And also just how you usually have players, or excuse me, a lot of the times inexperienced players understand evil as just kill everyone, and that is not useful to them. And not all evil characters are just there to kill. They're there to do whatever they need to do. So, you know, it's unfortunate that it happens, but a lot of the time they just lose their minds when they choose an evil character and they have no idea how to be evil. You know?
Mhm.
So subtle evil is still evil and chaotic. I promise you. You don't have to overtly kill everyone. You can that merchant that is selling things to you at an exorbitant price that you don't really like, well, you can ruin his business. Like, you can just ruin him financially by creating a way to potentially make his competitors outsell him to the point that he isn't able to do business in this town anymore and has to move on or become a different profession potentially, and just make it so that he never could work in this town again. That's a potential. You don't have to kill him.
All right.
And then he has to do a big auction, and you can just get all his shit for the cheap.
Yeah, hell yeah.
I don't know.
So I just really want to highlight how in that prompt that you just gave, you and I arrived at totally different answers.
Absolutely fair.
You were like, hey, make his competitors outsell him and use capitalism to defeat him.
Yep.
And my answer was put a lit torch out in like the back corner of his building.
Oh, yeah.
He won't notice it until like the whole wall is in flames.
Yeah. That's another way. Absolutely.
Yeah.
There's
chaotic versus lawful.
Right, exactly. Yeah, that is very true, actually, yes. So, do whatever you want. But you don't have to be a blunt instrument when you're evil. That's the biggest thing that you can, but not all the time. I mean,
and oftentimes it's way more fun.
Oh yeah. Oh, for sure. Yeah.
For example, I've literally lost count of the number of times somebody playing a lawful good character jumps way into the deep end and becomes some extremist zealot with horse blinders. That's not lawful good. That's mental illness.
Stupid.
I find it absolutely exhausting when someone uses "that's my alignment" as an excuse to be a disruptive player. And also consider this: if the characters you play...
So, I actually say, like, that's my alignment. Granted, it's not, like, to be, like, the lawful good paladin.
No.
But, like, if someone's like, hey, we should, I don't know, sneak into the camp and sprinkle anthrax over everyone's faces, like, the Sandman. My character's who is like chaotic good, is like, hey, killing everyone like that sounds like a pretty good idea. Can't we kill them quickly though?
Yeah, exactly.
Like, that's my alignment of like, I don't want people to fucking suffer needlessly.
Yeah.
If they need to die, they need to die. Like, big whoop. But like, why make their deaths painful?
Exactly. Yeah. I see that for sure.
So like, you absolutely.
It's.
I don't know. I feel like I'm going to say a dangerous statement.
Okay. Oh, I love it. Yeah. Go on.
You can interrupt people with the justification of that's not my alignment.
Yes.
I will not support that.
So I think the biggest thing to understand is that in order to do that, you need to have good reasoning, right? In the sense of actions and your in the sense of your character's actions, really, mostly. But like it's the same thing as it's what my character would do, right? Because you can still say that in a lot of instances, but it's not in the support of taking away fun from other people, right? Like, it's not in support of completely destroying everything else that's been built up so far. It's there to offer the explanation so that people can understand your reasoning rather than get upset at just an action. And usually you telegraph these things beforehand if it's going to be something that might be controversial or it could be mistaken, but that's why there's communication at the end of the day beforehand, so that you go, hey, so you know how like you know how like we're all traveling and shit, and I'm like I'm a bit of a kleptomaniac, this character, and I'm not gonna do things right out in the open for you guys and get you guys in trouble, but I do need to take stuff. Like, it makes me shake, right, if I don't take stuff. So when we're out and I go off for a little while, and I don't come back for a little while, potentially, it's because I need to do this, and I don't want it to come back on you guys. And if somebody should catch me, hey, I don't know you. It's cool. We might have come in together, but we were traveling as like a group of mercenaries on a job, and the job's over. Okay, we'll just establish that here right now. That's my cover story for you guys. So if I get put in jail, don't worry about it. It's cool. It's just stuff to make sure that everybody understands the character and not get angry if you were to do something against potentially the other character's alignments or whatever. I don't know. Something like that. Communication, really. It's the big selling point. Communicate. Just don't just be like, yeah, fuck it, I'm just gonna shoot the guy in the face. Because you're talking to him, and fuck it. It's like, okay. Sometimes that's like appropriate, but it's not always the answer, bud. It's hard, right? It's hard. Because at the same time, I can also think of situations where that's something that I would do as a character, but it wouldn't be just to like stop the moment, Yeah,
so like we are unfortunately running into an issue of like there is no brush that can like be substantially wide enough to cover all situations, but also narrow enough to have nuance.
Exactly. I think it's really just, it's up to your discretion and the table's discretion, and if you should misstep, have a conversation about it. I think that's the biggest thing. Just
the only general advice that I think I could like give would be like, don't be an asshole and try to take other people's fun into account when making a decision.
Yeah. Don't worry, Aiden. Cornell would love to rule everything. He sees the whole universe as part of his horde. He just needs to take it. He's working on it. There you
go. I believe in him.
I think Azula's team and Avatar is a good example. People should hold up as how to play an evil party. It's been too long. I forget. Chaotic good. Why? Chaotic evil. Why not? Yes. But also, it could be the other way too. You never know.
Always end up being jerks. Maybe it's not your characters that are the jerks. And that goes for any alignment choice. Morality is one thing. Extremism is a symptom of poor mental health. And are you sure you really want to play that evil character? I'm not here to tell anyone how they should or should not play their D&D games, and neither should anyone else. I don't believe in saying no to a player. The player tells me what they wish to attempt, and we let the chips fall where they may.
Okay, so I have to push back on that a little bit. It's okay to say no here and there. Like, that's fine to do. It's just, obviously, it's reserved for more extreme situations usually. But it is okay to say no if something doesn't actually line up very well and doesn't make, like, logical sense, potentially. So, it's the thing.
So, I'm actually more with We Love TTRPGs here.
Sure.
Let me ask for clarification.
Yeah.
Under what situations would you tell your players no?
Like I said, mostly extremes, in the sense that if it is something that is so wildly out of left field and impossible, that's usually when I would say no. It's hard to think of a good circumstance.
Impossible how? Are you talking about like, oh, I'm going to swing from that chandelier on the ceiling that doesn't have like any support, and I'm going to do a sick ass sword kill on the troll? Or are you talking about like Azathoth the baby mangler saying, you know what, maybe we shouldn't be mangling babies? And you go, dude, you're Azathoth the baby mangler. Like, what are you doing?
I guess more so the second. I guess it's if there isn't enough justification, I suppose, for something to work. It's hard because most of the time, I will say most of the time I will say yes for most everything. I can imagine that there is, and I don't have a good example for this, but I can imagine there are going to be circumstances where I will for sure say, okay, but I don't think that's necessarily something that can be done in this moment. You know? Like it's not something that would come up often, or even it would be very rare, but I am sure that there might be something, right?
Okay. Well, in that case, until I know more about the situation,
Yeah.
I, as a TTRPG player, have by and large agreed with your takes in the past, so I will tentatively agree with you until I learn more about the situation and can judge for myself whether or not I agree or disagree.
That's fair. Yeah, I don't know. It's something that I can see happening, but I can't give you something because it's not happened yet, I suppose, right? I haven't encountered an example where I've been like, no, right? Because it's not been something that I've ever considered, because usually all of my games I've set up have been something where it's like, yeah, I want to do this, and I go, oh, okay, yeah, fuck it, yeah, let's do it. Because most of the time it's playing with people who understand that like how the games work and how their characters work, and I don't really have anything to go against anything that they've said, you know. So I don't know. It's but just that
you played with people who want to be people and not one bit like character notes, like evil.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's mostly it, because if it's going to be something that might be potentially something that's like egregious in usage just for the shock value, you know, that is something that I might say no to for sure, because it's just like, why are you doing that? Are you doing that for like a reason, or are you doing that just because you're evil? You know, like that's its own kind of situation. But again, that's an extreme, right? Because I don't think that that's going to be something that I have crop up here and there. But it is something that I could be like, yeah, okay. So unless you tell me exactly like some stuff for this, I don't know if I want to deal with this, and I don't know if anybody else potentially wants to deal with this one.
So I will give two minor bits of pushback.
Yeah.
Or it's not even necessarily pushback, because your description was unfortunately pretty vague.
Thank you.
You're welcome. It's infuriating for me to try to push back on it successfully.
I apologize.
Yeah. When you've made your argument a liquid, and I'm trying to find the corners so I can push.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, to be fair, I'm not entirely like into my own argument, I guess. It's just I just can think of things that might happen, or I can at least understand that there might be a thing. Anyway,
so DMs have this wonderful little tool called a revenant.
Sure.
And if you have a player who's like trying to do absurdly evil things for shock value, you can punish them for that.
Yeah.
Like, you are the god of this world.
Yeah, I know.
Secondly, you as DM can utilize a special hidden little trick that most DMs try to avoid, but can be a very handy tool
Okay.
called inter-party conflict.
Oh, sure.
Which is I have Azathoth the baby like Flayer.
Yeah.
And I look over at the paladin and the cleric.
Yeah.
And I say, "You guys cool with this?"
Right. No, of course.
And then the dice just roll.
Yeah. Absolutely. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not saying that there is going to be a situation that crops up like that, but I am saying that if something registered on my radar that made me go, "Oh, I do not want to deal with this," and I don't think this is going to be good for the game, or for me, then I would probably say no to it. But I have not encountered that situation yet because I'm pretty much good with most everything, you know? I've not encountered something that I've not been good with because I don't have anything that I would go like, "Oh yeah, I don't have any qualms with most every decision that could be made because it's all, part of the game, right? I don't know. It's until I figure it's the same thing as like a hidden phobia or something of like something that I've never encountered, but it might happen. Like my fucking my phobia of frogs. I've talked about it many a time. Had no fucking idea, and then it just kind of happened one day when a frog was involved in my life, and I went, "Oh fuck me." That's something that I cannot deal with.
I've discovered this.
Yeah,
no!
Exactly. So until something awakens in me, somehow,
dude, I remember when you awakened your fear of frogs. You told me like the next week.
Yeah.
And I was like trying to figure it out because I had no framework of like I've never heard of someone who is afraid of frogs. And I was like, so are cartoon frogs okay?
Right. Oh yeah,
and
it's a whole thing.
And you're like, tentatively.
Yeah, exactly.
And I'm like, can I continue to share like Pepe memes with you?
Oh,
and
yeah.
you're like, oh yeah.
Yeah, it's a whole thing of trying to figure it out after the fact of like what is too much and what is not that bad. It was just, yeah, absolutely. But yeah, I don't know. That's the only situation where I think it's fine. But and obviously I think that another situation I guess that could arise for other people is just again what they're willing to deal with, and if somebody's really insistent on it, because it could just be the problem player, and thus they say no to them, and thus potentially get them out of the game or have a conversation with them to stop the problem. But if they continue, then take care of yourself. It is a game. Like, we're supposed to be having fun together and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Right.
I would encourage DMs out there, like, you are allowed to tell your players no.
Yeah.
I have a really hard time with telling my players no, and just like people in my life know, like, in general.
Yeah.
But my players are like a particular like sticking point for me because in general I have always viewed being in a DM's position as you are the person at the table who, no matter what, you yes and that shit. And I have had issues with some players in the past who were kind of problem players, but definitely became like capital P problem players. Because I couldn't tell them no, and they only had the barest grasp on how would I put it? The barest grasp on consequences for irresponsible actions is how I'll put it. Like, so for instance, the party was in a town of like 6,000 people. And the ranger was looking for the barbarian, because the barbarian was kind of like the ad hoc leader of the party. And the ranger went to a bar, got pissed drunk. They went to a brothel actually called the Low Tide.
Okay.
Got pissed drunk there, and then upon leaving it, we're like, I need to find the barbarian. And I'm like, cool, you have no idea where the barbarian is because you didn't bother setting up like a rendezvous point. So like they're somewhere in the city. And they went, okay. And they picked a cardinal direction and they sprinted in that direction, screaming the name of the barbarian.
Fair.
Now, I, as DM, had the opportunity to say, no, dude, you and I both know that won't work.
Right.
Like, come up with something a bit more reasonable. But instead, I went along with it, which resulted in their character getting a drunken disorderly.
Makes sense.
Which resulted in a failed, like, heist to get them out of jail, which resulted in the party getting thrown in jail, which then resulted in the barbarian killing the ranger. And I was sitting there, like, yeah, on the eve of my first player death, and I, as DM, asked myself one simple question: could I have prevented this? And you know, like, sure, this is probably me taking the blame of like other people, like an entire table's actions, and condensing it down to one problem that I hand waved away with a yes and. But like, I could have told the ranger, no, dude, come up with something smarter.
Yeah. So it's this weird thing because I also would have probably done the same thing, right? I don't think that's a unreasonable thing to have done, and I feel like that's just part of the experience of learning how consequences will occur due to actions, right? But I don't know. Again, for me, for this or for TTRPGs in general, this is why I've been so vague about the situation where I would say no, because I can't think of one that I would absolutely do so, because I'm like you in this instance, especially since I have the sandbox worlds where I just say, hey, you go, you know? That's what I do. I go, hey, yeah, do whatever you want. Stuff will happen because you did something. Absolutely. I'll fucking go for it, right? So, I don't know. It's just, now there's a video that I know of that we are going to watch at some point, because it actually is in favor of saying no, and that yes and is not always the best answer. So, that's a future thing now. Because it might help with understanding it, I guess. Because I don't know.
Yeah.
I have the idea that there is situations, but I cannot conceptualize them other than extremes, right?
Yeah, like, this is, I think, a catching point, because you and I both have a similar DMing style of the sandbox DM of like, I make a world.
Exactly.
I spend 50 hours assembling a Lego Star Wars Death Star for a 6-year-old child, and then I say, "Here you go, 6-year-old child," and they say, "Thank you," and then spike it on the ground.
Exactly.
And I'm like, hey, you know what? You had the freedom to do that.
Exactly. Yep.
No, I'm not crying inside.
Yep. And also, I think it's just been at least for me, I've been spoiled for choice in the sense of people that I've played with, right? Because it's just, I've not had a bad group. I just haven't. And that's just been very nice. But it also completely changes the way that I think about, games. So, I don't have the same experience as a lot of people. I freely admit that.
I have already arrived at a conclusion of what I will do if I ever run into a problem group who fucks things up in my world.
Okay.
It's when that campaign concludes, I will wipe the slate to a point where the world was in before that campaign happened.
Fair enough.
And I will say, you know what? I decanonized that event.
Oh yeah, why not? Yeah, that's fair. A lot of things. Players tend to like chaotic and evil characters because it promises more freedom and less of a filter, in a broader sense, without needing to stick to whatever good is. Yeah, but good can be very broad and have not a filter either, you know? Like, I don't know. It depends, right? But I understand the mentality. Why not was in response to letting people suffer needlessly, so probably not the other way around in that case. Ah, yes, true. I don't like letting people suffer needlessly. That's why I want to conquer the multiverse, so I can make sure they don't suffer. I'm a good person. There you go. Yep.
Yeah. They will learn our peaceful ways by force.
Exactly. Peace in our time, by force if necessary. What about a world
Beautiful.
What about a world where evil things are looked at as good, and good is seen as evil? So to be good is to be evil, and be evil is be good, like a mirror world in a way. I don't know.
Oh yeah, you're talking about the Fae, the Unseelie Court, where
technically,
where beauty is ugliness and ugliness is beauty. Also,
yeah, exactly. It's a whole. There's a whole thing for it. For sure, you can find many references for that. I don't know. It is a thing that you could do. What about those frog people in D&D that I forget the name of? Yeah, I know what you're talking about. So the closer it is to a realistic frog, the more shivers I get. Is the best way to put it.
So if you were to show Alejo a picture of like Pepe huffing some copium,
hilarious.
that would be fine for Alejo.
That's fucking hilarious.
But if you were to post the video of like gentlemen, or the image of the frog in the suit, and he's like, "Gentlemen, it is with great pleasure that I wish to inform you that whatever the fuck." That would upset Alejo.
Yeah. It mostly it's those eyes, man. I don't know. It's a lot of the times they don't have irises and stuff.
With like human eyes.
No. Oh, even worse. No. Eyes in general are another thing for me. No.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's objectively horrifying.
Yeah. No. Fucking yeah. Eyes in horror when they're horrifying are especially so to me. For sure.
Did I ever tell you that I think I caught thalassophobia from Brogan?
What? How?
Yeah. The ocean never used to bother me.
Okay.
Until Brogan was like, yeah, the ocean bothers me. Thalassophobia is what it's called.
Yeah.
And I took a moment, and I was sitting there in my room, and I went, huh, you know what? He is kind of right. Oh no, and I felt myself acquiring it.
I understand. So, I am fine with the ocean if I'm on top of it. If I'm underneath, too deep, no. That's my thing. I don't know if that's just another form of it or whatever, but as long as like I don't know. It's just I'm not necessarily scared of the ocean, but potentially what could be in it, I guess, as well. Because like, there's a lot of things out there, and I don't know, man. I don't want to touch them. I don't want to see them. I don't need them near me. All right.
So like, I'm fine with like a boat like on a lake or like even say like the 300-400 miles from shore.
Yeah.
But like there comes a certain tipping point where I'm like, hey, you know what? If all shit goes wrong and this shit starts going down, help won't be here for like a few hours.
Yeah, I understand.
That's when I start to go, okay, guys, let's watch Sources of Flame, okay?
I think that's just rational. I think that if I were in that same situation, I would feel the same way.
Yeah, and that's the thing though, is like it's a very logical desire.
Yeah.
But like the lengths to which I have that desire can't be anything other than illogical.
Why am I not able to hear you?
Because it's
Oh,
like
okay.
a compulsion for me.
Gotcha. Does anyone know the name of those frog people? Don't know.
Yeah, I don't. I thought I knew, and I didn't know. And my keyboard is right in front of me, but I would have to unfold my arms and also probably lean forward.
Yeah. I get you.
So I will leave Googling it to someone else.
Right. Is it the fear of the sea or fear of drowning? I don't know. It's not like drowning. Doesn't like unless I really think it. So now that we're on the topic, so if I think about dying too hard, I will kind of panic.
Yeah.
So I try not to, but it's not like if I just think about it like casually, it'll send me into that, you know. But if I actually like it's not reminiscing at that point. if I focus, unintentionally focus, like in a quiet moment where my brain is just like, hey, guess what? Then I go, oh yeah, I am gonna die. Yeah, that's true. That is the thing that's gonna happen. And then I just start having a bit of a panic. But I can get out of that at least easily enough if I really try. So I don't know. But yeah.
So I while we're on the topic about fearing death, I fear death more than I used to before my car accident.
That's fair.
Because I like experienced death light, I guess.
Yeah. I get that.
I got to experience what it's like when your life goes from existing to just like turning off like a TV.
Yep, I know. Yep.
And I'm actually I'm replaying through Cyberpunk 2077.
Yeah.
And there's that part where they train you with the BD of like the person goes into the store, holds it up, grabs the cash, and as he's walking out, his partner shoots him in the head, and you never see it coming.
Yep.
Never used to bother me. It was like always sort of a damn moment for me.
Yeah.
But now, like replaying through that, I'm like, okay, I cannot deal with this.
Need a second there.
Yeah. And I'm just going to go get a can of seltzer, some fresh air, and we will come back to this.
Yep, I get that. I do get that. For me, as long as I don't examine it more than the surface level, I'm okay. I just need to. It's one of those instances where I can force myself not to think about it, and if I do, then I'm all right. Because otherwise, I'm thinking too much about everything.
Yeah. So let's explore more about the concept of death.
Oh, it's fascinating. Don't get me wrong. Like I like talking about it, but I like talking about death. But it's just I don't know. I guess it's more if I'm on my own, I have my thoughts to myself, and my mind just starts playing through so many things about it that's when it gets to me really bad.
Yeah. Well, like. Understand too, like you are a creature who has a drive to continue existing.
Oh yeah, of course.
Like not only so that like you may continue existing, but also like evolutionarily, the individuals of a population that were most likely to survive were those that had a violent aversion to death.
That's
Hello,
right.
Boo.
Hello.
We're talking about death. Do you fear death?
Yep. All right. Yeah. Fair. Yep. Absolutely fair. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I
think we all do here.
Yeah.
But
despite my name, yes.
Hey. Yeah.
Let's see.
But yeah. Anyway, we've been going on long enough about this. Hello. We're talking about the alignment system and understanding it. And so far, agree with most everything that this person has said. Just don't be
Oh my god.
super rigid about it and everything.
Jesus Christ, his mustache. I'm very
I know,
intimidated.
right? It looks great.
Dude, this guy, I believe Entropy Omega mentioned it earlier, but like this person does clean up super well, and like that mustache is absolutely a key part of like this whole ensemble.
Oh yeah. Oh, for sure. Yeah, it's great. But yeah, really we've just been kind of talking about instances of alignment and stuff, and how at least I think it's important for us to recognize that for us we've been pretty well off with our playing with our group and groups that we've been a part of, because you know, we all kind of understand and have understood what alignment is and what it can mean, and you know, that it isn't rigid and all that kind of stuff.
It's very multifaceted, and it's not like a box.
Yeah.
Unless it's the meme, in which case it is a box.
That's right. Which actually, now that you've brought up the box, was a point of it. You know, we can't really put a person into a box. It's hard to do so. So
yeah,
because they just don't fit most of the time.
You just gotta chop them up first. I don't know what you're talking about.
That is true. Actually, to be fair, I might have told this story before. To be fair, I was put in a box once. It was a birthday. I had friends over, and I had this big box that I don't remember why. I think it was from when we moved, and I just had the box. It was full of stuff at one point, and then I just left the box there. And my friends were like, "Hey, can you fit in that box?" And I went,
Get in the box.
yeah, basically. And I was just like, yeah, I can fit in the box. And they're like, yeah.
They mailed you away.
Well, so they
then they mailed you to the United States. What a shame.
So they were like, yeah, get in the box. And I was like, okay, I'll get in the box. So I did. And then they just piled tons of shit on top of it, so I couldn't get out of the box. It was a cardboard box, so I just busted out of the side of it. But, but yeah. I got put in a box.
Did you at least say "oh yeah" as you broke out?
No, I did not. I was not conscious of that. No, at the time, I was more just like, "All right, guys, I'm getting out of the box."
How old were you during this birthday?
I want to say 15 or 16, maybe.
Oh, like how I want you to know I'm disappointed in 15 or 16-year-old you.
Oh, I've been disappointed in that guy for a long time.
Yeah.
All right, you are nothing to it. All right.
Fuck. Okay.
You are nothing to the disappointment I feel for my own.
The disappointment that I feel for past me is you cannot be dwarfed.
I wasn't aware I was like trying to step up to you or something like it was a competition, but okay, you win.
Put your money up, not your funny up.
Anyway, all right, let's continue.
And if a player wishes to have an evil alignment, I simply inform them of the challenges they'll face and go from there. But if you're creating an evil character just to cause problems in the game, that's entirely another thing.
Yep.
And as I just stated earlier, don't use alignment as an excuse for disruptive, antisocial behavior. In my video discussing how to be great at TTRPG,
You know, I would like to take this moment to call back to when I said, I try not, or there is no brush that is wide enough to cover all situations, but nuanced enough to handle like the minutia of what you're dealing with. Just don't be an asshole and try to take other people's fun into account at the table, and you will be fine.
And like I said, if you misstep, just have a conversation about it so you can learn from it.
Yeah.
That's ultimately the most important at the end.
There is a decision tree that happens in D&D, and it's really easy to memorize because there's only one step, and it's, did you take other people's fun into account? And then whether the answer is yes or no, you draw a circle back to the top of that statement.
Yep.
PGs.
Oh, I was just gonna say, Timothy says hi, Boo.
Oh, hello. How you doing?
The most important characteristic of a great role player is to simply not be a jerk and talk with your DM outside of the game. Let the DM know if morality is something that your character thinks about. If so, explain what that means to you and tell the DM how they can help you achieve any goals related to this. And now some tips for game masters. Remember, it's never a good idea to be a gotcha DM. Strict alignment regulations give ammo to the gotcha DMs, and it's just another example of terrible gaming. A gotcha DM will often try to use alignment as an excuse to control a character's actions. A gotcha DM might try to force a player to act a certain way and punish them if they don't. Don't do that. Don't be a gotcha DM, ever. And
Agreed.
never use a valuable game time to discuss, debate, or argue alignment. If a DM believes a player is acting outside of their alignment, the only response during actual gameplay must be limited to, "Are you sure that is within your character's alignment?" Just like any other questionable action, a game must never be disrupted by some lengthy out-of-game debate over game mechanics, character choices, or philosophical meanderings. Ask them if they are sure. Allow
Like
them
this
to choose their
podcast.
desired
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, for all of us who are pretty long-winded in talking about things to a certain degree, yeah, whoopsie.
Hold
So,
on, caller.
while he was making that point, I noticed he said the word must a few times.
Yeah.
Which I'm typically not as much a fan of, but the fact that I feel so opposed to the word must may be indicative of I am also the type of DM who is absolutely fine with a session of D&D like being sort of like in the nature of this podcast
Yes.
of like it does have a purpose, but at the end of the day we're all friends talking. We can like take a moment and smell the roses.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I agree with definitely the game mechanic. Well, wait. It was game mechanics, philosophy, and then character choices.
Yeah.
Philosophical meanderings.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So I definitely agree with that one. The philosophical meanderings and the character choices. Not so much with the game mechanics. If you need to discuss a game mechanic and it's kind of a long-winded thing to make sure that everybody's on the same page, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. The other two, yeah.
Yeah. Well, so I don't know. It's like I'm usually fine with if like when we play, if people get off topic and want to just talk about something for a little bit, it's fine. Like I don't mind it myself because like we're all gonna hang out and we don't hang out a lot, so why not at times for sure. But it's just I don't know. Communication is just fun. Right? Having a better understanding of each other and our perspectives on stuff is just something that we can come to from just talking about shit. But
I'm disappointed in you. We've been friends for like 15 years. You don't know everything about me.
That's right. I'm
Christ.
so sorry.
I feel so unseen,
I know.
so unheard.
But yeah, so
-2 Riz.
good, I guess. I don't know.
No, you get -2 Riz. That's not good.
That's hey, if it's towards you, that's fine with me, I guess. I don't need to riz you up, brother. But anyway, I don't know. I think ultimately it depends on the table, right? Because everybody's gonna have their tolerance of these things or intolerance depending on what they want and all that kind of stuff. It really depends on communicating that in an effective way to each other, rather than potentially just, I don't know, stewing in it or getting angry over it, right? Because it's just like, I don't know.
Yeah.
It's not useful.
I'm definitely more of the, hey, we're here to play, let's play, and not spend like too much time just bullshitting around and just talking. Yeah. Because, if we've all gathered to play the TTRPG, I want to play the TTRPG.
Yeah, I get
but
that.
if it becomes clear that it does just devolve down into talking, I do, that has happened, and we basically just turned it into a game night, and that was fine.
Yeah, for sure. Alejo being okay with getting off topic, I am shocked. What do you mean? I'm on topic all the time. I don't understand.
Yeah.
What are you talking about? We're all on topic all the time.
Yeah.
Overall, I like the video. Yeah, the video's good.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, no, it's a fantastic video.
Yeah. Ramble all the time. I don't have a leg to stand on. It's fair.
Action, then deal with the consequences later. And remember to listen to and find common ground with your players.
Yes.
Talk to your players before you ever begin the campaign and ask them to describe their character goals. Throughout the entire process, you shouldn't be imposing your beliefs on them. If your campaign isn't set in the great wheel cosmology of Planescape, there's really no reason to be clobbering your players over the head with alignment. If some grand theme of good versus evil isn't extremely important to the overall success of your game, then don't let it distract you from enjoying the game. Now, this one's a little controversial.
Ooh.
Good might not mean what you think it means. Whoever said good people don't engage in horrible, violent acts? If history has taught us anything, it's that lawful good societies can commit terrible acts of violence against entire groups of people, animals, or territories. If otherwise good people believe their actions are justified in defense and survival of their culture, they can do some pretty horrible things. All I'm trying to say here is be open to your players' interpretations of morality. Allow them to explain from their character's point of view
There you go.
why their course of action is deemed appropriate. And there are creative ways to punish a good character for evil deeds. Perhaps they start seeing the ghost of someone they killed. Perhaps their guilt becomes so great they develop disadvantage on all attack rolls until they atone for their past evil acts. Good and evil.
Not that one.
Okay, so I
That's a little bit too much.
So-
I'd say, yeah, no. Don't
I'll
like that.
extend the benefit of the doubt because this has been a fantastic video thus far.
Yeah.
And assume that he may just be reaching for a quick example. However, he has edited and recorded this video. He has time with which to think up of a better example.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I'll give him the pass this once.
It's just I think that it's just important to at least say that I think the mechanical disadvantage is not necessarily the thing that I would go to for something that like this. It's like because now I will say the vampire does have that as a mechanic, in the sense that if you get too many stains, you get negatives on your social and mental rolls, I think, because you're dealing with guilt of some sort, I think. And that is baked in, but I think that adds to what vampire is as a system, right? Because it is all about trying to maintain that humanity, and thus, because of your deeds, if you get down enough in humanity, you probably won't even get to that point where stains affect you so much before you have a resolve test. So when you're at the higher ends, it does reflect that kind of trying to maintain the fact that you are, or the mindset that you are still human in a way, right? But I don't know. The disadvantage, I think, is too much for D&D. I would rather it be a narrative consequence, in the sense of, Aiden, you've put it forth a bunch of times, but revenants are great. They're fantastic to use as a consequence for just killing innocent people for no reason, and thus having them become a spirit that haunts them, because it's still kind of mechanical in the sense that you have to spend the resources and stuff to fight them potentially if you do, or try to do something to appease them, and
Or atone.
Yes, all that kind of stuff. But it's just it's less of a immediate, okay, well now I'm just kind of useless for a while,
Yeah,
because
in every aspect.
Because you yourself might, like, the character might not even care. I don't know.
Well, that's fine. They don't have to care.
What I mean is for the mechanical purpose.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Because you're forcing the character to believe something that they might not believe. That's my thought on, like, enforcing a mechanical purpose.
Yeah. Also, because you brought up Revenants again, I wanted to mention this earlier, but now's as good a time as any. for anyone out there who is considering throwing revenants at their players, may I remind you that the reason why revenants are brought back is because of injustice and capital H hatred
Yes.
for the player and sometimes also their party.
Yes.
This means that when someone comes back as a revenant, they are not strictly mandated to be what is described in the monster manual. You can make a level 13 or 15 or 20 revenant. Just make them powerful enough to be a threat to your party.
Yeah, for sure. Just like if you want to make a fucking sick ass goblin, they have to fight
Yeah,
later
just
on. Like it's just
make him
anything.
Goblin, John Goblin.
That's
You
right.
done fucked up now.
Goblin.
Goblin. God damn it.
All operate on a spectrum. There should be a lot of gray areas. Stop confusing
Gobwick.
intelligence and mental illness.
Gobwick.
Morale-
Sorry.
No, you're good.
Yes.
I
Like-
gotta give you the credit for that. Yes, for sure.
Yeah, no,
That's very good. You can always kick them into Ravenloft or make them fight Sans Undertale. True, and also
Oh.
true.
That's punishment enough, I think.
No.
morality.
Play a
The
10-hour loop of it and be like, the music ends when you defeat the boss.
fun.
Yeah, exactly.
one-dimensional extremist character with the dial always cranked up to 10 is not only annoying to have in a group, but it's also a very amateur take on morality. And the important role alignment plays in our epic adventures has been phased out not because it's bad for the game. It's actually quite good for D&D. It's been removed because it was always poorly written and inexperienced DMs were just given an ability to punish you for it. Talk to your players, make it interesting, but keep it fun, and find.
Has it been poorly written? Is that something that we can say?
I would say it's been poorly interpreted.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's rather rather than it being poorly written, I think it is just misinterpreted for sure.
Well, there definitely have been older versions of D&D where it's like, oh, if your character goes and does shit out of alignment, DMs are to dock them a level, basically. Like you could lose entire levels.
Okay.
I was asking Alejo
Yeah, I
about,
couldn't remember about that. Yeah.
Yes, I was thinking of that mechanic specifically, actually, and I was like, I'll just let Alejo talk, and I won't lead him towards the docking the level thing.
Yeah,
But
so that was a thing. So that absolutely poorly written.
Okay.
Because my paladin did a thing that the DM considers effectively to be out of my oath or my alignment. Well, go to lose a level.
Yeah.
Flat out. Now,
just wanna find
obviously,
where that's
it was up to you to decide whether or not you could, whether or not that should happen, but that was still hard baked into the rules. So, yeah, some things, absolutely.
Yeah.
Now, that was in very old editions of D&D, and it hasn't been around for a very long time, obviously, but that was still written.
Yeah, I'm looking to see if it was in third at all, and I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't believe so. I want to say it was either, I want to say it was AD&D.
Might have been, yeah. Okay. That sucks. Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Finally, for everyone, just remember this. These discussions can be fun or they can be exhausting. If they're not fun, then don't spend any time on them, not in-game or otherwise. Especially now, with how polarized people are, we don't need to fabricate more reasons to build walls between us. Tabletop role-playing games are meant to be fun.
But you can use the communication to break down the wall.
So
it depends on the person, I suppose.
It depends on the person.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
Okay.
So I would say, if you are not familiar enough with the person, it's better to not chip at the wall.
I guess
and instead just let it be, just in case.
I feel like you should attempt, and if it is a lost cause, then you can abandon it. Yes, but the attempt should at least be there. You know,
That's fair.
because I don't want to write
It's kind of
people
like-
off. You know, That
Yeah,
just
it's
doesn't
kind
feel
of like
right.
talking politics at like
Sure,
anything.
sure,
You know,
sure.
most of the time it'll start an argument. So I completely understand if you just don't even want to bring it
I
up.
suppose, yeah.
But I
D&D
also understand and applaud anybody willing to try to break that barrier.
Yeah.
because I'm too old to play Star Wars action figures. What? But we're still
That's
all
some
just
bullshit.
playing make-believe. I
Yeah,
enjoy
that's the-
alignment, and I will
Yeah, that's what
always
he's
have a
saying.
place in my games,
Yeah, good.
but I never let it become an excuse for poor gaming, and neither should you. As I stated earlier, alignment should be a flashlight in the dark, not a gun to your head. If you have any thoughts you would like to add, please let me know in the comments. As always, I'm your host, Aiden, here at We Love TTRPGs, and I appreciate your support. Thank you so much for watching.
Thank
I
you,
appreciate
Atten.
your video.
Yeah, pretty good.
And your mustache.
Indeed.
Yeah, that's
Oh, I
very
love the
good.
cane. Holy shit.
Yeah, the cane
Dude,
is sick
right?
as fuck. Yeah, for sure. That's alignment, everybody. We did it. Wow.
Yeah.
Good alignment. Okay. Well.
His alignment was lawful dapper.
Oh,
yeah. Waffle drip.
Nice. Nice. Good shit. Good shit. Okay. Well. Ooh, didn't mean to do that. There we go. Oh, I think crazy out of control characters would work better if the whole party acts like that instead of a standalone maniac. Yeah. It's just have the communication with your players, with your fellow players, and just make sure that they're fine with that, you know?
Yeah.
It's the whole thing. Communication. It's the foundation of every part of the hobby, really.
Mm-hmm. Very important in humanity as well.
True.
And to have a campaign where everybody is basically like a murder hobo, absolutely.
Yeah.
You would essentially want it to be like a sandbox.
Potentially.
Because you're not going to be able to manage an actual plot if nobody is cooperating with anything. You know what I mean? Because, like, oh man, the Duke wants you to fucking rescue his daughter, and then that's going to lead into more shit, but they're like, fuck it. Let's just not. Let's go knock over the market stall. And by knock over, I mean steal from.
Alternatively, the campaign becomes Kill the Duke.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah, it's in that instance, if that's the case that you're doing that, it's just, you know, going with whatever they want to do. So I guess, yeah, you're
sorry.
right.
I suppose when I said sandbox, I mean kind of it's a bit of a misnomer in my head.
I think you're right.
Yeah, I just mean, you know, you have to be like ridiculously flexible and the plot has to be able to become whatever it is.
Yes.
You know?
Yeah, for sure. Losing a level might be better than totally losing your paladin abilities, which is what happens in 3E if you fail to abide by the restrictions. Yeah.
True.
Well, that's just how paladins are. If you don't follow the paladin thing, then your god goes, yeah, well, look at you.
Well, fuck you.
That's always been the case for paladins, even now with the current editions, Oathbreakers and shit, right?
Even in fucking, even in Baldur's Gate, apparently that's kind of a fucking pain in the ass.
I bet.
Yes, it is.
I bet. All right, let's move on to the DM layer. Oh boy. So Mr. DM layer.
Oh, is this Mr. Bacon?
Yes, it is. Mr. DM layer.
Okay.
Luke.
Okay. So I actually have a story about this.
Oh.
Yeah. So I found a new Thai place recently.
Okay.
And that's somewhere I'm going with this.
Yeah.
Pig races, yes. Goat races.
Right. Just like the
I
goats.
saw as I was ordering some drunken noodles one night that they had bacon wrapped enoki mushrooms.
Interesting.
Okay.
And I went, oh, you know what? How curious. I've never thought of that food pairing. So I ordered some, and they were all right. But I was thinking about it while I was waiting for them, and I was like, well, you know, bacon's decent, and I fucking love enoki mushrooms. And I could feel Luke staring at me in my phone. And like the fact that I described myself as loving enoki mushrooms, but bacon was only all right.
Yeah, right. He felt the disturbance in the force.
Ooh.
It did. That's funny.
I didn't even say it out loud, and somehow I fear I angered Luke.
It's very funny.
Oh, there was something. I'm surprised we're not doing the Dungeon Dad video, because he did a whole video on improving giants that the new version of D&D, D&D 2020 is changing them and improving them.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Like when I saw the title, it was like, oh, improving giants, like, oh boy, it's gonna be the Dungeon Dad video, because I haven't seen it.
No.
And
I haven't.
no,
it's Dungeon Dad videos, as far as I know, are just quality. So I don't know.
Yeah.
But I've
So
never.
we gotta-
I've not looked into it the
we
channel.
gotta,
so.
we gotta talk with
That's right.
man.
But to be fair, this might be pretty easy to just slam dunk. Let's be fair. Anyway,
we say that about many people.
Yeah, I know.
Oftentimes do not.
I know, but I always give them the chance.
Stop giving the benefit of the doubt.
I always give them the chance because it's good.
Stop it.
Anyway, so this is 5 ways to make giants more exciting in D&D. Ooh, whoa.
And I personally, I don't know how you guys feel about giants.
I was gonna say.
I love giants.
Yeah, giants are cool.
They are one of the coolest, and I want to say least done the least justice, I think, out of any of the monsters, because they are effectively up there with dragons in terms of power, and they have their whole society, and they've got their caste thing with the ordening, and they got all kinds of cool shit, and I think that they are seriously underrepresented, and they need more love.
There's a whole adventure for them, as far as I remember.
I know.
Right?
It's the Hall of the Storm King or whatever.
Yeah, I think that's it. But yeah, I think giants are cool. They have there's this I don't know, it's just this classic like tale of
it's a big dude.
Yeah, you know, the little guy's going against the big dude and needing to get him out of there and all that kind of stuff. I made sure to have giants be in my world that I made for D&D stuff or fantasy stuff in general. Giants are one of the pillars of like the first peoples, basically. They're just there. They don't really, do too much necessarily that, they need to worry about what mortals are doing, or they're mortal too technically, but whatever. But they, have their own society that they're doing shit with, and they don't need to worry too much about shit, but they can be a problem. And I don't know, man. I feel like having a giant focused story is cool, and people, I don't know what it is, but I haven't heard anybody really utilize them in a way that's been more than just, oh, you see a hill giant over there that you got to fight, once or twice.
Yeah, they're just kind of big bads.
Yeah.
Or not even big bads. They're kind of just NPC mobs.
Basically, yeah.
And they're not really given a whole lot of respect. It's kind of actually, what's weird is that it kind of feels like how dragons were treated in the very old editions, where they were just like enemies. That they would just show up.
Yeah. But no, like they have their, like you said, they have their whole society and everything, and they could be hugely influential.
Yeah, I would love to see. Sorry, Aiden, just one little one before you.
No, please.
I would love to see somebody do like a giant adventure where you play as giants as well.
That'd
be cool.
Yeah.
Now, granted, you would basically just be playing as regular dudes then, but
basically, yeah.
I think it would still be cool, or at the very least, to play a giant adventure as player characters that are large.
Sure.
So that way you can just fight a lot of them or something. I don't know.
I had a player in a campaign of mine have giants be the primary issue that his home country is dealing with. And that motivated me to learn a lot more about giants and the room magic and all that stuff. I, as a person, adore the idea of writing cool looking sigils for your magic. So I super like the idea of rune magic, and I was like, oh dude, I can do some shit with this. But I do agree that giants are, as a whole, largely underutilized by WotC, and players have to do a lot of heavy lifting in order to make them good. But when the player does, or the DM, I should say, does do that heavy lifting, oh brother, they're fucking cool.
Yeah.
Also, Aiden, if you like rune magic, I should totally get you to play RuneScape. The magic in that uses runes.
It's pretty cool. The fishing music number 2 is pretty great.
Yeah, dude. Sea Shanty 2?
Oh yeah,
Fuck
sea shanty 2. Yeah, sea shanty 2.
Yeah, dude.
All the way. All the way. First off, yeah, for sure.
And you can fight giants in there.
Yeah, that's true.
It's great.
I love giants. I have a storm giant as a hidden ruler of the Juniper Empire. Morgan is his name, if you remember. I did not, but thank you.
Nice.
They're big and they're bad, but they're not big bads. Yes, exactly. Yeah, it's
kind
the I think it's been a while since I've looked at my own stuff, but I'm pretty sure that I made it so that cloud giants were some of like the protectors in the sense that they were above everything so that they could help out in the sense of like they can just be the fuck up there, and if something going real bad, you can send a message out to them and they can come down from the heavens literally and help out with things. And I think I had fire giants that were working with the orcs in my world because they were the innovators and helping with crafting and such and all of that, I think. And I had frost giants who were in the polar regions that were more of a neutral kind of thing to a little bit of a problem here and there because they would be raiding, basically being the Vikings and such. And there was specific dwarven peoples that were living with them because they're basically slayers kind of that lived with them and went on raids with them and stuff. It was just something that I wanted as a pairing of a big guy and a small guy and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, dude. Fucking Rocky and Muggsy.
Yeah, a little bit, yeah. And
I'm also sad that he said that the frost giants are going to be in the polar regions, but you paused a little bit, so I was just hoping you'd be like, the frost giants are in like they're in like a tropical island. one got lost.
That's right.
They travel by iceberg.
Yeah, right. And I think I kept stone giants.
Though that would actually be really cool.
Oh yeah,
it actually would.
If there was
because like you're just
long ago and they got trapped on the island.
Yeah,
that'd be cool.
And like that would be neat because like, oh man, we're going to a tropical island. This is gonna be great. And then all of a sudden you're fighting frost giants. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah,
I was not ready for this.
Yeah,
and also, it would just be fucking hilarious to be a guy or a girl, who knows, living in like a seaside village, and you're just looking out to sea one day, and you see a big fucking iceberg with some frost giants on it. They're just screaming at you.
Yeah.
Doing anything. They're just like, ah!
Get the fuck over here! Get over here so I can kill you!
And then they just slowly shrink off into the horizon.
The iceberg is like slowly spinning in the ocean, so they're walking along the iceberg so they can continue to mean mug the players.
Right.
They're just reeing at everything they say.
Yeah, totally.
It'd be great.
I think it was
anyway, please continue.
Also, continuing along this thought train, have you guys ever had Hawaiian shaved ice?
I have not.
I haven't. No.
Have you had it made by a fucking ice giant?
Oh my god,
that sounds good.
Where do they get the ice though? Can frost giants like freeze stuff?
I think so.
No? Of the impression that they could.
I was under the impression as well.
It's like with fire giants. I don't know if they actually have like fire abilities. I know they go like
they do.
Lava.
They do.
Fire. Oh, they do. Okay,
I'm pretty sure they do. Yeah.
Okay.
At least that's again my impression.
Frost giant 5e.
Yeah, if I can do like Cone of Cold or like something like that.
Forward. Creatures of ice and snow. Got saving throws.
I'm trying to find myself.
Multi-attack, great axe. Their actions are multi-attack, great axe, and rock.
Ah, okay. So maybe not. Although you could always just say that yours can.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It makes sense to
So
me
you
that
have,
they would
like-
have at least some sort of elemental magic.
That would be fucking hilarious. You go into a deserted tropical island and you meet like a friendly, like lonely frost giant who makes you shaved ice. Holy shit!
Yeah, he's just like, hey, you've been
Yeah,
traveling for a while.
Yeah.
It's like a pottery wheel,
Yeah.
but with with a rune like etched into it.
Ooh,
that
yeah,
makes
yeah,
it,
yeah.
like, super fucking cold.
Yes.
So the ice just sublimates on it, and he like directs steam at it, and like basically makes an ice sculpture for you.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah,
And
yeah.
then you get to eat it.
Yeah,
For
Yeah.
sure.
That'd be
For
great.
sure.
Now, is it like the good kind of ice where you can, like, they're tiny little cubes, so you can just crunch right through it and it's fun? Or is it like the annoying kind of ice where the cubes are too big and they're not fun to eat?
To a giant, yes, they are tiny bits of ice.
Shit. Yeah, so they're like as big as my fucking head.
Yeah.
Damn it.
So I was looking into my stuff, and actually I should update this a little bit because now I'm thinking about it. Oh no, there it is. Yeah. Okay, so I I found my whole thing of where all of the giants are and all of what they do. So so yeah, the only things that I haven't talked about, the cloud ones, let's see, what did I have? Oh, sorry, yeah. So the cloud ones were the ones who were in the skies. That's what I meant. The storm ones, they are basically more solitary in their mountain ranges. They actually own mountains, basically.
Oh, okay.
And they try to they don't want to be bothered. They want to just live on their own.
They remain unbothered, yes.
Yes. And let's see. It was yeah. I kept the stone giants underground dreaming because I really love that as an aspect for them because
Yeah, it's so fucked up and scary.
I fucking love it. It's so good because they don't believe that the world above is real. I love that.
Flat fucking Earth, dude. I swear.
But no, I love it because it's just like how there's no way
It's
to
such an
convince
alien
them.
concept.
Yeah, and there's no way to really convince them that it is. And so whenever they're doing shit above ground and they're terrorizing people by accident, basically, it's like, oh, they're not doing it because they think that it's like they're not doing it for like a malicious reason necessarily. They just don't believe that anything they do when they're awake and above the ground is real.
It's literally the Matrix.
It's crazy. I love it. I love it so much.
It's very weird and cool.
Yeah.
If I may interrupt,
Yeah.
I was looking at a Forgotten Realms thing of ice giants.
Okay. Yeah.
And Boo, I want to call your attention to much like all giants, a frost giant could see and hear twice as far as the average human.
Mhm.
Unique to their race were senses well adapted to low temperature environments. Their visual senses extended into a higher end of the visible spectrum, allowing them to see more easily through snow and blizzards than other creatures.
Cool.
You have thoughts?
Somebody wants to play a frost giant, I see. Instantly, I can see better than any other giant, is what you're telling me?
Yeah.
Oh my
And that
God.
one time I faced debuffs because we were in a blizzard.
Oh yeah,
That did happen.
It's been a few years.
It has been. That is true. That's funny. And yeah, I kept hill giants as something that was basically just like, since they are basically the least like sapient of the giants.
Yeah, they're the stupidest.
Yeah.
They're just dumb brutes.
They're that I was just like, yeah, I mean, they'll do stuff if like the cloud giants tell them to, but otherwise they're just kind of like, they're fine to be like moved and destroyed if necessary, here and there.
Mhm.
Because it's just like, hill giants are the least interesting to me, unfortunately, because they're the most common, really. they're the ones most utilized in the sense of like, yeah, we got a problem, it's a hill giant usually. All right,
Yeah.
take care of them.
I think that they should be. Honestly, I would change hill giants.
Yeah.
I would. This is gonna sound really funny. I would love to see hill giants as basically like giant Lord of the Rings halflings or hobbits.
Okay.
I would love that. Where they're like, you know how they have like hill houses and shit?
Yeah.
Like hobbits do?
Yeah.
I would love to see like a giant version of that.
Okay, yeah. I see.
So they're like a lot more like jolly and stuff like that.
Interesting, yeah.
They're still dumb, so they
sure.
can still be a problem. And there are, of course, like bad apples and stuff.
Yeah,
so
yeah, of course.
You can still have the classic like evil hill
But
giants going around stealing goats.
It
and
can
shit.
be less that they're doing it maliciously and more because they're drunk off their own like ale and shit that they've made, going around doing parties and then just traipsing through small towns, eating up cattle and other people just because they're fucking hungover and hungry.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I would love to see that.
That'd be interesting. So what you're saying is you guys are doing a giant campaign? No.
No.
But
nope.
Giants
I
are
wish
cool.
That would be fun.
Giants are
but
cool.
No.
Oh, Timothy has an idea for reef giants.
Yeah, apparently Dungeon Dad made a video on reef giants.
Yes, reef giants are fucking cool.
I've not heard of them, but they sound interesting, at least in concept. So yeah, neat.
Because they're just underwater giants.
Yeah. Okay, let's go.
It was sponsored by Describe, where you can get professionally written narrative descriptions for your RPG games. Today we're going to talk about 5 ways you can improve the way you run giants in your Dungeons & Dragons games. This includes specific tactics giants might use in combat, but it also includes suggested ways to homebrew giants so that they don't suck quite so much. Number 1, fix giants. I mean, giants are an iconic D&D creature. They are also an incredibly boring D&D creature. Giants, by and large, with some exceptions, are representative of everything that we don't want in a monster. Sacks of hit points that just do damage. Whenever we deploy monsters like this against our players, we are really limiting our ability to make our encounters fun and interesting. Now, what will help a lot to make encounters and combats with giants better is giving them cool special abilities that they can do, because as is, giants are as boring as dirt. So, some homebrewing is in order. As our first order of business, we might consider giving them a better ranged attack. 1 rock per round, even though rocks do more damage than their melee attacks, which they get 2 of usually, is quite poor. And when we consider that a giant's size makes it very likely that it will get bottlenecked with only 1 or 2 on the front lines, we need to buff their ranged attacks a bit more, because they're probably going to be using them. I think an easy fix would be to just have them throw 2 rocks per round, and I've often done that myself. But if you're worried that that is too much, too powerful, too much damage, just decrease the damage dealt by each rock so that it is in line with what their melee attacks do damage-wise. Then you can throw 2 rocks per round, and they will do the same damage as their melee attacks. Then we're back to even. I think increasing the number of rocks they can throw per round makes particular sense.
Am I the only one who finds it very funny that it's like, okay, we need to improve their ranged attack. Now we've improved it. If you did it too much, okay, unimprove it. Like, I mean,
so
I get it. It's just funny.
So I think that honestly, it's so yeah. I wouldn't go about it this way, but this is a way to do it, right?
Yeah, this is if you want to improve giants stat wise for combat. Sure.
So, well, because I agree at least with the point of if it's just a big punching bag, basically because, it has a shit ton of health, and we've all talked about how when you get, further and further, it's just more of a slog because you're just hitting a damage sponge until it dies, right? I get that. I think that if we want to make it so that they are more interesting combat wise, potentially we can start shaping like weaponry instead of necessarily rocks to them, right? So that we can have the elements of actual giant craft, right? You have already fire giants would have probably the most sophisticated things because they're ultimately known for crafting if we're talking about raw D&D. more often than not, you would probably have the cloud giants are using spells a lot more, and they've got the spells in the monster manual, but making it so they have a ranged attack that is a spell-like ability that they can just inherently do, that isn't necessary. Like, you can flavor it to be the rock if you want, but just to make it more thematic and make it so that it's actually, like, gonna work for the scenes that you want to create with these specific types of giants, right? As Aiden was saying before, the rune magic aspect, having it so that they have pockets, or not pouches that have runes that they utilize by taking them out and breaking them, and then a flash of light with a sigil, which I'm totally stealing this from something else, but they have a flash of light with a sigil that it kind of burns in the air, in the sense of like and then a spell is cast through it, you know. Just making it so that they are more dynamic in that way, as well as obviously utilizing tactics that are appropriate to them. So you can have it so your fire giants might be more defensive leaning because they are better armorers and weaponsmiths, so they know their capabilities in that way. You can have it so that your cloud giants are more mobile, because usually they're depicted, at least, as more slim, and because of the magic they can kind of utilize it more dexterously. And hill giants can roly-poly everywhere. Fuck it, who knows?
Well, actually,
You know.
speaking of hill giants,
I did. I'm so sorry to interrupt, Boo.
No, you're good. You're good.
I've been waiting.
Yeah.
So my campaign where players took a lot of giant influence.
Yeah.
We had a homebrew race of giants called the Shadow Giants.
Of course.
Hey, you know what? This was not actually me.
Oh,
This was
okay.
something he brought to me.
Oh,
And I went, okay.
A likely fucking story, but go on.
I promise you.
I believe it.
Yeah.
So, because I'm big on the idea of like melding into one shadow and coming out of another one, though. I had
Go on.
Yeah. They were big on teleporting around and doing lots of trickery.
Yeah.
And that's how I solved a lot of the problem of giants being like essentially like bags of hit points in my campaign. And I also wanted to say, Alejo, I really like your idea of the giants' rocks being different. Like, if they're throwing something, why aren't they throwing something that, like, when it lands, it impacts and scatters and causes AoE damage?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, why not?
That was actually going to be the thing that I was going to bring up when Alejo brought up hill giants.
Yeah.
I think that something that could be way more interesting, since you thought of, like carving rocks and stuff for hill giants, I think it would be really neat if they took like stumps or like portions of logs and like carve them into, like slightly, just smaller, but smaller for a giant chunks. And so when they throw them, they bounce a bit and they roll.
Yeah.
So it might actually, like, they throw it and it hits a point, and then from that point, it now does like a line of damage, kind of like a like a line spell.
Yeah.
For like maybe 10 or 15 feet.
Yeah. Make it so.
Go
on.
This is a callback, but back in Devils and Dice, the rock baboons in that one combat on the hillside.
Yep, they made a little bit of a rock slide. It was great.
The other way that you can do it, I'm just thinking, just as a more technologically deficient giant, maybe they're carving these stones into like wheels, but like for armor, right? So they have big fucking wheels that they hang off their bodies, and so if they want to, they can take it off and roll it at people.
Oh, okay, yeah.
You know?
I wasn't following at first.
Yeah.
I thought it was like, they carve it into a wheel and then they push it so they're hiding behind it as they advance. I thought it was like that.
You could do that too. That's
You could do that too.
Sure.
Or maybe like a hill giant. Hill giants typically have stencils on them.
Yeah.
That they will etch like runes of exploding into rocks.
Yeah.
And they make bandoliers with like basically like a bandolier of grenades.
Yeah.
They take one out and they fucking throw a rock, and when the rock impacts, it fucking explodes and shatters and causes AoE damage.
Yeah, absolutely.
Jesus.
There's so
what have we fucking created?
There's so much that you can do. The runes are sick. Like
they are.
Runes are fucking cool. So utilizing them in many ways to augment and create magical abilities for these kinds of giants, or anything that might just do rune magic instead of traditional magic, is something that you could do to spice up the fights, because it's something that, I mean, somebody else could potentially try to do it. They could carve the rune, but it could be something that's more inherent to giants because it's their kind of magic. You know, it's something that they're born with, so that it's just not something that everyone can do. You could have it so that what's the half giant race that's in D&D?
Goliath?
Yes. Goliaths, thank you. So you could have it so that your Goliath spellcasters are actually utilizing rune magic instead of regular magic, and like making it so that it's something that they can learn through other giants even, so that they can get more spells and stuff.
So like you have a Goliath character and you go off to visit like giant enclaves and shit and learn their runes.
So actually, in the campaign that I had, that's what the fighter whose home country was dealing with giants primarily did. Is whenever so they were in a very magically inclined country. And whenever they would stop in at a mage's guild, he would talk to like the professor of rune magic and be like, "Hey, can you teach me some stuff?"
Yeah.
And rune knights, I believe, get an ability where they can increase their size.
Okay, cool. Also, to bring it back just a little bit to the like the stencil and inscribing explosion on rocks. Please also include a stencil for a rune of like a sound, so that way they can inscribe the rock with that rune. They throw it over like the enemy wall, and then it just starts spouting insults.
Sure.
Yeah,
I would like that.
Why not? But this is the thing. You can make it as creative as possible, because the runes can be both magic and also actual like words, in the sense of like a rune that they put on things is just a word in the giant language, and thus you can start to like have it be that they can imbue these runes with magic, so that the words do mean something more than just that. So like anything could be magic, basically.
Usroda?
Yeah, really. But yeah, it's just another way to kind of put that forth of like, you're learning giant, so you're also technically learning their magic. So if you see that somewhere like in a giant's place and then read it, you could find out what the fuck that is before you set it off, you know?
What's that language in 40K? It's the language of creation. The Emperor spoke it.
Yeah, you got
no
me.
idea.
You got me. I don't
know much about the old ones. Not those ones. Anyway.
Yeah, I don't remember what it is. But...
Enuncia.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Do something like that.
I just really want the giants to basically emulate that, like the real world Greek or Roman soldier that had a sling stone that he would just carve insults into.
Yeah. Why not? Absolutely.
That shit was funny as hell.
Why not? Exactly. But yeah, there's so much that you can do to diversify them, and the easiest way to make it so that they're less of a damage sponge is to lower their health at least. Just to make it so that they aren't going to take 16 rounds. They might take more or less. I don't know. But
I think
don't
you
think
can
it's that
still
bad.
leave their HP alone.
Yeah, I don't
if
think it's
you
that
just
bad.
make the combat interesting enough. It was kind of like how when I ran my Etten Riri, and I made him fucking wacky as hell with his very, very scuffed, quote, magic items.
Yeah.
You know, he had the fucking pouch that was just like a blue pouch with some stars and a moon sewn into it, and they just pulled the rocks out of it and just shotgunned them at you.
Yeah, exactly.
and then called it Magic Missile.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or the burning hands, and it was literally just gloves that he fucking set on fire and smacked you with.
Yes.
Maybe the players are located by a frozen fjord, and there's a giant up on the cliff face with rocks, and he's throwing them down and breaking up the ice beneath the players' feet.
Yeah, absolutely.
Ooh, yeah.
I there's so much that you can do with it, and I'm just saying if HP is really a problem, then yeah, lower it, I guess. But I don't think that it is going to be that much when you do have something more memorable and more exciting than I hit the guy. You know, that's usually the way that it goes, because people don't complain as much when the fight is interesting, right? Because they're actually having to do stuff.
Cough, cough, Monster Hunter. Cough, cough, Dark Souls.
Yeah, literally any kind of action game, character action game as well, like Devil May Cry, anything like this. Like, you're doing your fucking combos to get fucking SSS style.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. But like, anything to make it so that it's an enjoyable experience rather than an HP draining slog. For sure.
Yes.
Dude, if you throw a situation at your players where, for the first part of the combat, the giant is just throwing rocks while the players charge the cliffside and try not to get knocked into the water. If like that situation existed in Dark Souls, there would 110% be multiple like messages, like you know how players to each other. There would be messages at the base of the hill that the giant is on that all say "Time for vengeance."
Yeah, hell yeah, very good. But yeah, so there's so much you can do. Just in general, this is with any monster, really, anything at all. Just make it so that they aren't only doing what's on the stat block.
Unless you're trying to basically unless you're trying to make them, you know, like you've got a million of them, and you can't afford to make every single individual one thing.
Yeah.
Or you know, do you want the combat to go by quickly because they're kind of like just little mooks, basically.
Yeah.
Otherwise, absolutely.
I thought of a 6-way forest war between groups of hill giants, orcs, cyclops, minotaurs, ogres, and trolls once. Yeah, there you go. Going off what Alejo said about storm giants owning mountains, Morgan lives at the bottom of a big lake. Nice.
Ooh, okay.
Cool. All these rocks are making me think about Joe and Mac again. The old SNES, or was it NES or SNES?
Yep. Yeah, I think it was SNES.
Yeah, Joe. I think so.
I think it was 16-bit.
Yeah. Great. Totally not getting ready to steal all of these ideas for a caveman campaign. Oh yeah, fuck yeah.
Hell yeah, dude. Fuck yeah.
Absolutely.
Please do.
Please.
Sense for stone giants, as that type of giant is known for their ability as rock throwers. They really should be better at it than other giants. Next, we really need some giant spellcasters, because magic and spells add variety to combat and make things a whole lot more fun and interesting, both for players and the dungeon master. Now, there are two ways we can do this. First, through making some giants spellcasters,
at least in this
or
video,
sorcerers, or by giving some giants innate magical abilities called.
Alternatively, make a giant and make it know the rune for fire exploding and have it carve that into the end of a club.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah. That's the other
And then
thing.
You have like a Fallout weapon where it's like a mini nuke at the end of a stick.
Yeah, literally. Yeah. I forgot to even go into that of just the runes. I mean, obviously making it so that they have magic weapons, right? Like it's It's a fantastic idea. That way they're...
I have also seen Overward, thank you.
I have not yet, still, but, you know.
It's not a spoiler.
No, I know.
maybe armor for a giant looks like the pelt of some big ass creature
Yeah.
that they've tanned in the rune for reinforcing.
They embossed it or branded it. Dude,
branding.
You know how giants have fucking mammoths in Skyrim?
Yeah.
Have them brand their fucking animals with runes.
Yeah, so that's exactly what I was thinking, but that's essentially like the Nemean lion.
Yeah.
Oh, that'd be so fucking cool.
It would be sick
Jesus
as fuck.
Christ.
It would be so fun. Oh fuck! Now, okay. If
so if you're reinforcing an animal with like the rune of reinforcement on its hide, you would probably need to kill it with a giant ass cleaver that itself has the rune of cleaving.
Right? Yeah.
That's two very useful runes for you to add to your rune magic system.
For sure. Fuck. If I was telling Aiden about this before, Boo, but one of my coworkers has called me into service of being a DM potentially.
Oh God, I'm so sorry.
I'm gonna put my mind through broken glass. It's fine.
Yeah. We do it.
Never let it go away. It's so funny. But so if that goes through, I might actually do some of this shit because it's sick as fuck.
Yeah, dude. Also,
please take these ideas I'm spitballing out, refine them into an actual magic system that I can then steal from you.
Yes. I'm gonna need
would.
you to do me a favor,
Yeah.
Alejo.
Yeah.
Whenever you have a giant, do like rune magic and stuff, I need you to call them like their class. Call them a runescaper, please.
RuneScaper, God, no,
dude.
I hate it.
But it's actually kind of works a little bit.
Sure, that Carver, I don't know. Carver works better, I think, but
hey,
no, fuck you, RuneScaper.
By the way, Alejo,
yeah.
While we're on the topic of carving runes into big giant creatures,
for sure,
I just felt the need to inform you that in Elden Ring, there are these really big bears called rune bears.
Oh, I didn't know that.
And the giants could theoretically, I don't know, use them as their livestock.
Oh yeah.
What's a bear to a giant?
Exactly.
It's true.
Well, they also have they in the lore for giants, they do actually have like, or at least for me in my brain, they also have the giant animals that were from 3.5, if you remember. If you look through the monster manual, there's I think it's monster manual 2 or 3. They have specific entries for giant this, giant that. So, you have like a giant eagle and shit, and they just exist. And I think there's also technically legendary beasts, like they do exist as well as statted out things in 3.5. So I'm totally fine with having them have giant bears. It's fucking
now. The other thing that
you could steal an idea, a magic item of mine actually. It's Traveler's Fireplace.
Oh, yeah.
It is a set of like of runes that have been carved into like the stones, like slate, basically.
Mm-hmm.
And the stones are all like chain linked to each other.
Mm-hmm.
So that when you throw it on the ground and it lays out flat, the runes, the rocks themselves start to heat up. And it is a source of heat that does not give off light or smoke.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
The other thing that you could do if you want to have your giant, so for example, maybe your hill giants will be a bit more nomadic.
Yeah.
You could give them a rune of enlarge reduce, and that way they could steal a cow and then enlarge it, so that way it's a giant cow. That way they get more food.
Yeah, so for that stuff, I don't think that I would do it for that because they wouldn't have that ability to, because they're their brains are a little small.
Well,
You
then
know?
any of the giants could do
Yeah,
that.
I
They could have
think
one of them large
it's one of
reduce.
those things that so enlarge reduce is one of those things that my brain goes, what's the conservation of mass though? You know, in the sense
yeah,
of
it's
like,
fair.
does it actually provide the more nutrients? Because I don't think so.
Yeah, it's fair.
It's
I am in love with the idea of roly-poly hill giants that are basically like the Goron from Zelda.
oh yeah, that's for sure something that I would do with them, because I love the fact that they're big rotund guys and they're just going woo as they travel. It's great. But yeah,
I think if you decide to give any giants a rune of enlarge reduce,
yeah.
it should be like a serious, not really a faux pas, but serious like coward move in a giant's eyes to use that in combat. Because like, what, you're not fucking big enough, you bitch.
Oh,
Beat 'em
like
with
using
your
it
own
on
size.
themselves. Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, I would assume
And maybe
that
they
too.
get like honor if they enlarge one of their opponents, like a worthy opponent to fight them like at their own
that
size.
is something that I would do for the frost giants, since they are more Viking-esque.
Yes.
So that they challenge a worthy opponent and they're like, all right,
Yeah.
you come here.
Yeah.
You're gonna get fucking big, and then we're gonna fight. All right.
And then we're gonna fucking wrestle.
I
and
also-
it's gonna be homoerotic as fuck.
Oh,
That's right.
dude.
Fuck yeah.
It's gonna be like a fucking what's it called? Balaam versus Erginus.
Oh yeah, Balaam.
Balaam.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Oh yeah.
Hell yeah. Kaiju fight.
And I think I think I'm also gonna the rune magic, at least the breaking of the tablets and stuff that I was talking about, I got that from Dresden Files. I'll be straight up with that, because there's rune magic in that as well, and it's sick. And
don't worry, we know you're a hack. We don't.
that's right. Inspired.
Yeah.
But so one of the things that I would also take from that is boasting. So
okay.
Because for specific, like, I think for all giants, challenging somebody that is worthy, and so they boast about their deeds, right? And then, giving the others the chance to boast as well, because they consider them a worthy opponent, right? I've heard about your reputation, so I will tell you mine so that we may fight and I can add you to my reputation, basically, right?
Cool.
It's just another concept of just like, oh yeah, a big honorable society that boasts about their deeds, and so if they were to do some infighting, it's like, I was the carver of mountains, like shit like that.
So long ass names is what you're saying.
Basically, but like, no, so it's not even part of their name. It is just a thing that they did.
Yeah.
So they're just saying what they've done.
But a society that's boastful would be probably a society that takes pride in accomplishments.
Yeah.
So you'd be like, oh, so and so, the dragon slayer, hurler of rocks.
Yeah. But the thing about it is that they wouldn't give that to somebody who isn't worth their time, right?
Oh no, of course not.
Right. So like, no, you might know the name of a giant potentially, because you've heard of them. But if you were to meet them, then you would find out about all of their deeds and such, and then it's like, oh fuck.
Also, please, if you do the hill giants and hey, they have the same thing, make theirs like really goofy.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Eater of 12 sheep.
Exactly, right?
Nap,
like,
Alejo,
Yeah.
also, you need to promise me that at least one giant culture will have a yearly holiday where they all gather and see who can throw the rock the farthest.
Oh, for sure.
And
they would probably all do that, honestly.
Whoever can throw it the farthest gets the title for the year.
Ooh. Yeah.
And maybe they boast about how many times they've won.
No, yeah. But you know what? I think I would do that for the hill giants, so that they have that one who's the best be their leader. Of each like clan of them. Because there's not going to be one sect.
What?
No.
So what if instead of a duel, it's a rock throwing competition?
Yeah. Between them.
Yeah.
Yeah. For sure. Yeah. Oh,
Fire
okay.
giants. I made the best fucking axe. Check this shit
Yeah,
out.
yeah. They would name what it is and what it's done. That's the thing,
Yeah.
right?
I built this chair and it took my mother's weight.
Can you imagine a sentient giant weapon that's like, oh, I've done this and this and this.
Yeah, for sure. Ooh.
It's a dagger it's a giant dagger, but it's a great sword.
Yeah, for sure.
It's the big Goron sword, basically.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
Dude, Alejo,
yeah.
please take these ideas and process them and refine them so that you may regurgitate them to me later.
Yes. Do all the work, please.
Yeah, sure, yeah. Don't worry, guys. You're just adding more pressure to the thing. That's fine.
Yeah, you'll be fine.
Yeah, I'll just do it, I guess. I'm already running Vampire, and now apparently I have to run a game for other people the way that you guys want me to.
Yeah, dude.
What I'm doing is technically crowdsourcing. That makes it ethical.
All right, okay, let's continue.
Yeah, let's do what we're here to do, huh?
Innate spellcasting in the monster manual. There are only 2 giant types that make sense for wizards, cloud giants and storm giants. They are the only ones that have a decent intelligence, and we can surmise that some cloud and storm giants will have a higher intelligence than that given in the monster manual. Cool, so we'll just
So you can surmise that other giants would also, but whatever, let's just not expand upon the concept.
Yeah, what about a deep sea giant?
Yeah.
I also like the idea that, like, there is no variation ever.
Yeah.
If the monster manual says hill giants are dumb, every single hill giant that has ever existed will be dumb.
Yeah, exactly.
Bump up their intelligence a bit, give them some spells they can cast, and bam, we have giant wizards. As a general rule to make your job easier, as long as you take the spell list from another existing stat block, such as the mage or archmage, that has a challenge rating equal to or lower than the giant's challenge rating, you probably aren't affecting the challenge rating too much. Now, this is just a guideline, a rule of thumb, because adding spells could increase the challenge rating, but probably not by much. And besides, we all know that the challenge rating system is broken as crap anyway these days, so who's counting? Okay, cool. Then for turning giants into sorcerers, we're probably targeting fire giants and frost giants because their innate charisma isn't too bad, and we can bump it up a little bit more for specimens that are to become sorcerers. Slap some existing sorcerer spells.
I would say, honestly, if you want to turn something into a caster of some sort, you don't necessarily have to base it off of their stats. Like, yeah,
you can kind of just let them do whatever you want.
It's that way for player characters and everything, but like we don't have to make it so that that's the case for like, because this, at least from what we're talking about with like making it so it's their own inherent magic, I would do that instead because it's not reliant on their stats themselves. Like, yeah, they're better at it if their stats are better, I suppose, but I don't think that we need to just go like, oh yeah, because this one doesn't have a high enough intelligence, it can't do any of this rune magic. Yeah. It just seems limiting in the species rather than what we need to do for limiting the players to not just be able to do all the fucking shit all the time, I guess,
I'm additionally not the hugest fan of taking known spells and adding them to a stat block for giants. Granted, if your goal is to make something that doesn't like absolutely break CR over its knee, I can understand taking known and balanced spells.
Yeah.
However, giants by and large are not accepted within society.
Nope.
And probably did not go to a mage's guild and learn a disguise self, jump, silent image, and chromatic orb.
Right.
They would probably have weird spells because the rules of their magic would be completely foreign to the rules of like the weave.
Yes.
Which is why I am a big fan of rune magic, because I can just be like, hey, if I can think of it being feasibly a rune etched into something, yeah, sure, we'll hand wave it. It's all very simplistic, which also feels very fitting for giants.
Yeah, yeah. I would
it's
say
a very rudimentary, but very, very
effective if used right.
Yeah.
Sort of.
Well, I was gonna say like it's a very varied system.
Yeah.
Yes.
So it's simple, but it's
simple isn't bad.
Exactly. Versatile. That's the word.
There you go. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Like it's the difference of we have first level burning hands and third level fireball. Giants just have runes.
Yes.
However, they have like cooking versus cutting versus cleaving versus burning versus etching versus searing.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's essentially like you're giving them a magic system that is effectively just their own language.
Yes.
So if they have a word for it, it can effectively be a spell.
Yep, that's what I'm saying.
Giants have found a way to weaponize the adverb.
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly.
I actually no, sorry, those aren't adverbs. Those are still verbs.
Yeah, technically, but
you get my point.
Yes.
Yeah.
They've
weaponized their language.
So for my brain at least, just
the internet will one day learn this horrible power.
For my brain at least, just thinking about it off the top of my head, it's just the size of the rune does matter in the ability of or the power of the magic, right? Or alternatively,
why wouldn't giants have a bigger is better philosophy?
Yeah, or alternatively, the number of to make it more exponentially better,
Well, actually, what I would love is the nicer it's written. So maybe, well, what I was gonna say actually after first it was a joke, then it's actually kind of developing in my head. Sure. What if it's actually kind of similar to like low and high Gothic? So you have storm giants and cloud giants and other shit that are like, oh, I know the ancient original tongue, and their runes are just more powerful because they are directly, it's a direct translation from their magic language.
Yeah.
Whereas hill giants and the other ones may be like, oh, I know just a touch of it, and I can kind of incorporate it, and so our runes are fine, but they're nowhere near a storm giant runes. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I would like to present an alternative, Boo, which takes a lot of inspiration from Japanese calligraphy.
Oh,
okay.
So just like whoever is the best at etching runes, at like writing it, putting all of their like lines at certain angles to each other, like a bend of 40 degrees in between all of like the bits and bobs of your rune might be ideal, but this rune here is at 38, 39, and 39 and a half. That's going to be a little bit less powerful.
There's an old, I don't know what it would be, but I remember hearing about this older system of writing that was purely straight lines, basically, that were etched into like rock and such. And
Roman numerals.
Yes, thank you. But legitimately, it would be like you have your base of like a straight up and down line, and then you could do a diagonal line that was straight done by actually just carving it that way. It's just a bunch of straight lines. There's no curves to them whatsoever. I don't know what it was, but I was trying to find it, but I don't know how to find it.
Hash marks.
Hash marks?
Yeah.
No, not that. I can't remember. But it was something that it felt right to me in the sense that it's a simplistic way to do it, and anybody can basically any of the Giants would be able to do it. Anyone in general could do it in order to write this stuff out. It's just that, Giants have the ability to imbue it. But it just makes it so that it's simple enough that even the quote-unquote lowest intellect of the Hill Giants could still grasp it and understand and do it. So it's just universal in that way. And I don't know, the quality of writing it is fair enough to have if you want it, but I don't know, it seems like it would be to make it so simple that it is accessible to everyone. It's just a matter of your ability to imbue, thus being because of the caste system and because of the natural limitations that come from each subset of the species, that's how it makes it so that it's more or less powerful as well, or at least what is known and what isn't. I don't know. My brain is like, you could make it a little more realistic here and there, So I don't know. That's where my brain goes with it immediately. Everything is very angular. Everything is, easy to carve. And thus you have, multiple things that can mean certain things. But I don't know.
Yeah. No, and I'm like, hell, I like both.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm not saying that it's a your way is any worse or better. I'm just saying or mine is either. I'm just saying, that's where my brain goes to it immediately,
Yeah.
Straight lines, linear B, maybe. I don't know. It's like an ancient thing as far as I remember, but is it even real? Who knows?
No.
Anyway, maybe I'll figure it out someday.
Who knows?
I don't like the whole group of creatures all being one thing just because the book says so. Let some hill giants be smart, damn it. Oh yeah, for sure.
Yes.
Raw, the stat block of a monster is based on average roll of 10 for each ability score, so the Hill Giant's intelligence of 5 means they have a penalty of -5 to intelligence. Which means if you could roll it, if you rolled it, or their intelligence could actually be as high as 13. There you go. Yeah.
Yeah. So, there you go.
Mycenaean Greek, possibly? That doesn't sound like what I'm looking for, but maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
I don't know. I'll figure it out someday. Anyway.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's continue.
Yes.
Spell lists on top of them, and you're pretty much done. And that leaves us with Hill Giants and Stone Giants, both of which are neither intelligent nor particularly charismatic, which makes them good candidates for innate magic powers or innate spellcasting that doesn't depend on their intelligence or charisma. Let's start with Stone Giants. First, their innate spellcasting ability is Constitution.
Actually, Mycenaean Greek may have been the call.
Wow.
Here is an unrelated meme. We can discuss it or not. I don't know. That is Mycenaean Greek.
Ooh. But
Okay,
that has the curves and stuff.
Yeah.
That's not what I'm thinking about. But that is cool. I do like that. Yeah, I don't know. In fact, I'm starting to think Mycenaean Greek and Linear B are the same thing. Maybe.
It is.
Oh, well, there you go. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Oh, well.
And their spell save DC will be based on that. Now, when I think of Stone Giants as masters at throwing stones, that makes me think of how noisy that would be. And that leads me to spells like Thunder Wave and Shatter. I would have their Thunder Wave deal 4d8 damage or more so that it's on par with their rock throwing damage if we assume that their Thunder Wave will hit like 2 targets. Otherwise, why would they ever use that spell if it does significantly less damage than their other attacks? And they can cast Thunder Wave at will, let's say. Now, for Shatter, the base damage isn't too bad. I might bump it up to 4d8 though. And we can have Stone Giants be able to cast Shatter 3 times per day. Now, at this point, I might call it a day, because many times too many options for spells can be a bad thing and lead to DMs taking too long deciding what to do, which bogs combat down. But if you want, maybe give your Stone Giant caster 2 more spells. And we're gonna do the same thing for the Hill Giant that we want to give innate spellcasting to. Now, Hill Giants will also have Constitution be their spellcasting ability, which determines their DCs and to hit for spell attacks. However,
yeah, I don't know how Stone Giants aren't smart. They have a 10. That's a It's weird to me. It doesn't seem right.
It's weird.
But
honestly, it feels like most giants should be smarter than they are, except for the hills. But,
The flavor
be
should be
even
different.
dumber.
In fact,
yeah, that's right.
Or
when
just
I
be
think of hill
hobbits.
giants, I think of unwashed behemoths whose bodies smell as foul as their temperaments. So let's give hill giants the stinking cloud spell to start. Perhaps only casting it once per day, since it's fairly powerful as spells go. And we could describe a hill giant casting stinking cloud as it bending over and releasing a cloud of flatulence.
Just say
at
fart.
its enemies. I don't usually use that word. I usually use a different word, but for the video, I was like, I should use a more appropriate term. But of course, I can't pronounce it, so it doesn't really help me. Anyway, maybe that's all we do for hill giants because, hey, that's pretty cool, right? But you could always give them some more spells if you want, of course. My next suggestion for fixing giants, homebrewing really, because thus far we are really deep into homebrewing these giants so that they don't suck, is giving your giant some special abilities. As an example, I once deployed frost giants against the players in my Sword Coast Guard campaign that had their skin covered with a thin layer of ice. Every time a character hit a frost giant with a melee attack, shards of ice sprayed out from the giant at the character, dealing 10 or so damage. It was a simple enough mechanic that not only made them slightly more interesting in combat, but also fit in with the theme of frost giants, because ice, right? So you can do similar things for the other giants. Fire giants have an aura of heat around them that causes characters to sweat profusely, become dehydrated, and need to make a constitution saving throw or have disadvantage on their attacks. For hill giants, if an attack misses by 5 or more, that means the character's weapon hit the hill giant, but bounced off the creature's blubbery flesh, right back at the character. Then the character either makes an attack roll against themselves, or their weapon bouncing back just does a set amount of damage. Now these
I'm not a big fan of the idea of taking a notoriously tanky enemies and then punishing your players for hitting them.
Exactly. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm thinking too. I like the idea of having the ice armor, but not necessarily making it so that it does damage, but maybe...
Or at the very least, not 10.
Yeah. But maybe instead just, like... I don't know, having it be just temp health, maybe, right? Like, something like, that's a lot.
That's even more.
Yeah, I'm maybe making it so that it's a higher AC because it's something that has been made into, like, runic armor, right? So the armor itself... go on.
Maybe the frost giants have made a deal with some fire giants and gotten runes of reinforcing frozen, like put into molds.
Yeah.
And then when they pour water into the molds, they come out with like wearable ice armor that has runes of reinforcing on it.
Yeah.
That's fucking cool.
Yeah. Like, just something that isn't going to be a damage thing, I guess, or
because we're already complaining about fucking damage sponges, so let's make them more spongy.
Yeah, well, yeah, and
I don't like dragons, so here, more dragons.
Well, it's not even that he's going for the spongy element; he's just going for a damage against some hits, you know?
I heard you didn't like fire breath, so I gave my dragon electric breath also.
Hey. I don't know. It's and then maybe if you if somebody were to specifically target that rune, they could scratch it out and thus make it so that their armor class goes down because of it, you know, like making it so that the runes are both an effective thing for the magic, as well as something that can be tampered with during the fight, will make it so that these fights are more interesting as well, and making it so that if the players have that idea, then hey, guess what? You are rewarded for your ability to, you know, do something to it.
Reward your players for making the fight about the cool-ass magic system of runes and not boring-ass giants.
Exactly.
So... no, Aiden, you gave me an idea, and also honestly, both of you did. So
I'll take credit.
Okay, I'll give you both credit. Fuck you.
I'm giving
there
something.
is Yeah. So there's an upcoming giant raid. I don't care who's doing the raid. You decide. And it turns out you have learned the town or the camp or the people who are about to be raided are like, yo, there's some giants coming, and we have found out that they've got like they went and got some runes of reinforcing on their armor. If they have that and they attack us, we won't be able to fight them. So I need you guys to sneak into their camp at night and fucking scrape those runes off and fucking ruin them, so that way they don't have the armor. There you go, stealth mission.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
And then tell your players, hey, if you manage to take an etching and bring it back so we can put it on our walls, we will pay you extra.
Ooh. That'd be neat.
But like runes are fucking big, so like they're going to have to be doing that etching for a while.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's something they might not be able to risk.
Mm.
Risk reward. We. Another scenario. They're raiding. They're coming in, and the city has like ballista, and it's actually properly defended. And what they want is for the players to help with taking out those runes as they're charging, so that the ballista have an easier time of piercing and trying to go through and kill them. You know, like making it so that it's not about fighting the giants, it's about disabling them, you know? So that it's, you know, you can still have that horde aspect, but it's not specifically that one-on-one of like, oh god, these are giants, fuck!
Yeah.
You know.
I don't want to fight, but I don't want to fight the rumbling.
They're making everything shake, and I don't like that. My stomach is going to come out of my mouth.
Yeah, you're gonna slip in and fall.
The hill giants were attacking the city. We've is there anything? Well, I'm thinking, is there anything that traps people in like mud? Is that a spell in D&D?
Stone to mud? Isn't that a spell?
Yeah. You know what?
so.
Stone to mud. Hill giants are attacking the city. We had the court mage cast stone to mud.
It's
go out there with a soap and sponge on a long stick and clean up those hill giants and get rid of their stinking clouds.
Yes.
Transmute rock is what it is. That does rock to
there
mud.
you go.
So there you go. Yeah, 5th level spell. Oh, well.
Damn.
Damn, really?
Yeah.
How big of an area does it cover?
Oh, I just closed it. Hang on.
Well, guess we'll never know.
Oh, I've already opened it. So, a 120-foot range with a 40-foot cube.
Holy shit.
Yeah. It's actually
That's
pretty good.
Yeah, so you see that castle over there? That ain't standing for long.
Right. Yeah. Let's see.
Is this from 5e?
Yep.
Damn.
Yep.
Nice.
Who gets it?
Sounds like wizards.
Looks like
Wizards, maybe clerics?
Druid, wizard, artificer, a new druid, a new wizard, apparently. Okay.
Oh,
I assume that's what that means.
Expected it on artificer.
Yeah, I didn't either. That's weird.
Yeah, that's a bit weird.
Doesn't sound. Well, they do have to touch it, I guess. So probably, I would assume. I mean, that's my understanding of artificing.
Well,
I don't know. But anyway. There's also cuneiform. Yeah, I saw cuneiform, but that's also not what I'm thinking of. I might be thinking of something that is like a fantasy thing, to be fair. But anyway. His fix seems way too simple to me. Well, so it's not like it's a bad idea. I don't think that the simplicity of it makes it bad in any way. It's just it's not how I would do it, you know?
Yeah.
That's
because our fixes for giants are entirely related to their perception and their place in the world and how to make combats more unique rather than just being like, oh, they have too much health and they don't have spells and that's it. Because we want the giants to be characters that are more in line with dragons, because in the lore they are, or at least I think they are.
I don't know.
In 5e.
That's how I've always perceived them. I don't know if it's necessarily how they are in the lore.
I know that there's. I want to say it was in 4th edition where part of the world creation mythology, giants and dragons had like a big fuck off war, and that's why there's not as many giants and dragons around.
Gotcha.
You know,
okay.
that they basically used to own the entire planet, and then
yeah.
they fought, and it was real bad. They basically almost extinctified each other.
That do make sense.
Yeah. So
I've just always seen giants as a big fuck off level threat.
Yeah.
Because I have lingering Skyrim trauma.
Fair enough.
Absolutely fair. Now I don't know what's going on because I've been hung up on writing systems. Don't worry, you're alright. Stone giants, to my understanding, are the artists/thinkers of giant kind that don't usually want to fight. How is that dumb? They might have higher wisdom in that case. I don't know. It's the whole thing of like intelligence versus wisdom thing. I didn't look at their wisdom score. When it comes to a lot of these monsters, I'm pretty sure the best defense is a good offense. True. Anyway.
Aren't the most cool or creative solutions, but I'm pretty sure you can think of better ones.
Thank you.
Don't worry, we can. We already did.
The first hill giant brings its club down at your head. It hits for 18 points of damage.
Owie!
The second...
This is weird that this is being filmed on a green screen rather than at his usual, like, table, you know?
Yeah.
That's the first thing that I noticed as soon as it's happened. I was like, why is this on a green screen? I mean, it's not important. Yeah. It's just an interesting little thing.
It's just weird.
Yeah, because he had the whole, like, quote-unquote set.
Yeah.
You know? Weird. Okay.
Hill giant brings its club down at your head and hits for 18 points of damage. Dang it, stupid hill giants! And the next hill giant brings its club down at your head and hits for...
So I'm assuming the point here is going to be varied descriptions, because obviously, yeah, no shit, thank you.
So this actually is the perfect tie-in to a point I wanted to make earlier about him reducing the damage of the rocks and making it so the hill giant or the giants could throw too.
Yeah.
Is at that point, a giant throwing a rock or making a melee attack is functionally the exact same attack.
Exactly. Yep.
And I'm a big fan of enemies should have 2 or 3 attacks that all feel very different from each other.
Mm-hmm.
Even if you're still taking X number of HP damage of X elements.
Yes.
It should still feel different, whether that's like a big, heavy, slow, sluggish, but like devastating effect.
Yeah.
Or if it's like a slow, like a quick needling or what have you.
Yeah.
I am a big fan of the idea of, and I was going to mention this earlier, but giants keeping only 1 rock thrown per round, but make that rock fucking lethal. And I'm also a big fan of Boo's idea of giving it an AoE effect to it as well.
Mm-hmm.
At least of some variety. Doesn't have to be like a radial explosion. It can be like, you know, impacting one spot and then rolling forward.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, sort of a rectangle instead of a circle.
Yes, exactly.
And here Luke is demonstrating, like, I understand it's a point that he's constructing of fighting giants can feel somewhat samey.
Right.
But like the fact that he would highlight a weakness of giants by not doing anything to fix the problem and then using his quote-unquote fixed giant and highlight how it feels the exact same.
I don't know if
feels kind of weird.
Yeah, I don't know if that's...
I think this skit going on right now is going to be the example of how giants are before a fix.
Yes.
Yeah,
where
probably.
it just has one kind of attack, and
Yes.
that's like all they do.
Exactly. I think that's what he's going for sure.
Yeah. I certainly hope so.
I think it's literally just going to be vary up your things, at least in your descriptions and stuff as well, because it's just when we're running games, the hope is that we're going to attempt to make things sound like unique in the moment.
Different.
Yeah, and different, right? So that we can have narrative variance, right? Because even if they're doing the same type of attack every time, it doesn't mean that they're going to be doing it the exact same fucking way every single time. Okay?
Yeah.
I mean,
hell,
to be fair though, for a hill giant maybe, and for a automaton of some sort maybe, right? Because that's how they're designed, and also their capacity for thinking might go of like, I just swing until it die, right? But at the same time, come on. You have the ability.
I think you can even do that with hill giants where, like, let's say the hill giant is surrounded and it's doing its multi-attack. Just be like, oh, the hill giant's gonna smack you with his club, and then he's gonna kick you, and he's gonna bash you with his, like, he's gonna backhand you with his free hand.
Sure.
Those are all going to be effectively the same attack.
Yeah.
You're just describing them differently.
Exactly.
And like that already is bringing that fight to more life than just saying, oh, he swings his club 3 times.
While I'm also thinking of it, and this is, I would just like to open this up to you guys.
Yeah.
How do we feel about giants having AoE melee attacks? Because I fought giants in Dark Souls.
Yeah.
Their attacks are big, sweeping, cover a lot of the arena.
Yeah.
Why don't we have like 2 different attacks that giants have, of like a horizontal swing which does less damage but a big area and can sweep up multiple people like in one hit and also displace them, or a vertical just downward bash of like them swatting something, which is pretty likely to miss. Giants are slow.
So what you're describing is literally exactly a strike profile versus a sweep profile in Warhammer.
Sure.
Oh yeah, true.
So yes, absolutely.
I think especially, I don't know what they're doing with the new giants in new fucking 5.5.
We'll have to wait till February to find out.
But
wait till February to find out, bitch. I'm gonna be playing fucking Wilds. I don't give a shit about D&D.
That's also true. It's also true. What my thinking at least is something that they could do is utilizing the way that they've kind of made it so that classes have, you know, the different weapon specialization kind of things, right? And thus that is a reason why you would have things like that in other creatures. I mean, it's just an idea that you don't need it there to have this idea, because you literally just said it in like the vertical and horizontal being 2 different types of attacks that are in as less powerful or more powerful, but harder to hit, and not as hard to hit but displace. You know, it doesn't take much to actually get to that point, but they at least have precedent to having, you know, weapons doing different things. So maybe they'll have more options like that in 5.5 potentially built in. I don't know.
Here's to hoping.
I like, it's not like you don't, it's not like you need it in there to do it, but it would be nice to see them branching out. Because yes,
and at least giving the brainlets, you know, a bit more of a boost.
It's
being like, hey, you can do this. you know.
Well, it's just like it's less like, because I could say that multi-attack does that, right? Like, instead of just saying, oh, multi-attack is just you do the club swing twice. Instead of doing that, I do the sweep. Right? Which then, you know, you just vary it a little bit here and there with like amount that it gets to hit, and then, you know, amount of damage that it does, and then give it that additional effect if you want that of displacement. Because that makes sense to me that would happen, so that it could get things away from its feet or something, right? So, you know, like what we were saying with the rock, just change the way that these attacks are already, and just kind of utilize them in different ways.
Mm-hmm.
I would like to see, for D&D 6th edition, I would like to see WotC release a full-price player's handbook.
Yeah.
Or DM. Actually, no, a full-price DM's guide.
Oh, God.
That is just one page. And 90% of the page is just empty white space.
Yeah.
And then in the dead-ass center of the page, in 10-point size font,
Right.
It just says, dude, just make it up. You have like 5.5 editions of Framework. You can make your own.
You can just do this on your own.
Exactly.
Yeah, like a fucking impact font, italicized, underlined, bolded.
And then, like, beneath that a line, it says, "Thanks for the money, I guess."
It
would be so brave, but I want it.
Oh, it would be so
fucking
bad.
Cowards.
Yeah.
18 points of damage. Indeed. And the fourth hill giant brings its club down at your head and hits for 18 points of damage.
Holy crap! Really?
Really what? Do you want to see my dice? It did hit you.
No, I'm talking about your narrative descriptions.
Yeah, I know.
They suck.
Surely you know that the number one way to make the game more exciting for your players is to describe things better. Yeah, no kidding. How long have you been a DM anyway? Look, you guys, it's not my fault that giants are boring.
I mean, okay, all right. No. You can't do this. No. Come on.
Give me a break.
Come on. Man, this is an ad hominem attack. Where the giants to defend themselves?
Yeah, exactly, right? Like, immediately, let's just blame the giant stat block for the fact that I can't narrate better. Yeah, what the fuck are you doing? Like, stop.
No, guys, giants are boring. But, like, a poor craftsman blames his tools.
Mm-hmm. Ooh. Exactly.
Have you seen their stupid stat blocks? Yeah, but we've been doing sponsored messages for Describe for nearly 2 years now.
Oh, is that the
Surely
point?
you watch your own videos. Indeed. You must know that.
No, I don't watch my own shit. Jesus Christ, it's cringe. What are you talking about?
Actually, I'll give the Barbarian that. That was pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
Paraphrase to your players for almost anything in the game. Yeah, you just go to the Describe site, type in what you're looking for,
no, it's literally
bam, it's right there. Yep. You can also use their brand new browse feature to find what you're looking for.
Technically, but
they even have stuff for giants. Duh! Yep, and if talkie isn't your thing, Describe has old school 1557 style illustrations for lots of the monsters.
That's cool.
You could just show
That's
to
pretty
your
cool.
players.
Yeah,
they are super cool.
Okay,
I get it. We probably even have a link below to Describe, and if folks use the discount code the DM Lair, they'll get 10% off their first purchase. So, can we just get back to playing now? The fifth hill giant brings its club down at your head. It's a hit for 58 points of damage.
Holy crap.
Get fucked, you're dead.
Screwed.
Number 2,
not necessarily.
No, I know. I just thought it would be funny if that was what happened. It's like, fuck, I'm dead.
Bottlenecked. Here's the thing. Giants are huge creatures. That's a 3x3 space on the grid. That means they need space, or they're going to become bunched up in combat, bottlenecked, and their efficacy and ability to deal damage and beat up the tiny creatures swarming their home is going to be severely limited. I once ran against the giant.
Shin. I don't know. Maybe some of these people would make better videos if they watched them. Ooh! True.
Yikes. Damn.
Very true.
Very good. Fuck. Ugh.
Out of Tales of the Yawning Portal for my Sword Coast Guard group, and holy crap, let me tell you, those maps were horribly designed. Take the Hill Giant Stronghold. Hallways there are only 20 feet wide. That means Hill Giants can only fit one at a time against the front line of characters, which likely includes 2 or 3 PCs. The rest of the Hill Giants are in the back throwing rocks through their companions, which would probably give them
that is a good point, actually, Timothy. Don't blame the hill giant for your lack of detail while talking about things. Joke or not, people might still take that joke as fact. Yes.
Yeah.
That is true.
That's the thing.
Like,
I mean, hell, even when you were doing the scene, we kind of assumed that immediately. We thought that was just like I mean, you know what I mean.
I mean, he still, to be fair, he still did the thing afterwards after getting scolded. So it's like, oh, okay. So even in the skit, you didn't learn anything. Your like character of the skit didn't learn anything. So
yeah,
cool.
So
it's just a bad example. It just is.
Yeah, it's not a good example.
But just for this kind of thing, like designing your encounters so that the monsters that you're gonna put in there, the adversaries, whatever they may be, are going to work in it. Yes, you should do that. Yes. That's unfortunate that the official source stuff for the giants in this scenario is small, but from what I can at least glean from that is that they didn't intend for them to fight like multiple giants at once. Like that seems
like
to
maybe
be the
that
case.
was honestly the intention.
Yeah.
So that way you're not running into a room of like 15 giants. And you get fucking
that seems to be
singular giant is an encounter.
Exactly. Like that that's what I can glean from just the looking and knowing what, scales are. But I've not read the adventure, so I can't be certain, but at least that's what I get from the impression.
Educated guess.
Yeah.
It is also possible that the players may have done something like fucked up some stealth encounter or whatever. In order to have to be fighting multiple giants at once.
Exactly. Like
either that
could be a lot
or
of things.
Who knows? Maybe it wasn't a fuck up. Maybe it was completely intentional. They're like, hey, there's a lot of fucking giants in here. I'd rather not fight them all. Let's bottleneck them.
Yeah, it could be there
fair enough
to be utilized as a tactic, right?
Yes.
I don't know. At least just looking at it, all I can glean is that the design makes it so that it makes it easier to fight the giants. That's it.
Yeah, that's yeah.
And it's almost like the players are supposed to win.
Yeah, exactly.
A half cover at least, if not more, in my opinion, or trying to circle around through the compound to get at the adventurers from the behind from the rear.
There you go.
It both sounds weird. Shoot, I even had hill giants tearing down a wall to get at the adventurers, but that takes some time, of course.
Yeah.
The bottom line is that because of how poorly that map was designed, my players took on the entire level of hill giants almost all at once and won handily, which I'm sure they were relieved to have been able to do. But dang, was it disappointing for me, the Dungeon Master, to see hill giants fall so completely flat because of bad map design. Now,
well, they are the weakest of the giants, so
yeah,
I don't think it's that bad, really.
Yeah.
Also, like, I get the fact that, like, rules as written in 5e, you can't go into a space occupied by a hostile creature.
Right.
But these are giants, and they can't step over you. Why aren't they, like, getting on both sides of you?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Now, I will give at least this of, like, maybe they don't have the smarts for it, at least, if you're playing them that way, but even so.
I mean, like, I'm just imagining those videos of, like, 5 or 6 miners with hammers all, like, taking turns hitting a spike into a rock.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Why aren't the giants doing that to you?
Yeah.
That would be fucking hilarious.
It would be.
Just please rapid fire the bonk sound effect, please. That's all I need.
Exactly, right? Yeah, they can step over you. They can step on you too. Yes, exactly.
Yeah. No thanks though.
Yeah, it's it just, I don't know. I can't
I need to scroll back just a little bit.
Yeah, go for it.
So I can see the layout of the fortress that they were in. Sorry, I'm going to be picking apart tactics.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
That's honestly what you should do in this scenario.
They're using the right hallway or sorry, the right map or the left map.
I think they're both part of the same stronghold.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can see Hill Giant Stronghold on the bottom of the right one and Hill Giant Stronghold at the top of the left one.
Yeah, I think
different floors.
Space, or they're going to become bunched up in combat, bottlenecked, and their efficacy and ability to deal damage and beat up the tiny creatures swarming their home is going to be severely limited. I once ran against the giants out of Tales of the Yawning Portal for my Sword Coast Guard group, and holy crap, let me tell you, those maps were horribly designed. Take the Hill Giant Stronghold. hallways there are only 20 feet wide. That means hill giants can only fit one at a time against the front line of characters, which likely includes 2 or 3 PCs. The rest of the hill giants are in the back throwing rocks through their companions, which would probably give them half cover at least, if not more in my opinion, or trying to circle around.
Okay, circle around. Okay, he does mention that.
Yeah, he was saying that they would have to, but it would take time, and then he had one go through the wall, and it would also take time, so it was really easy for them to just go one at a time and kill the giants. Which
why is their living space that inaccessible?
Yeah, I was gonna say if a giant takes up a 3x3 space, those hallways don't seem like they work for the giants.
Yeah,
they are 2x2. You know, like that doesn't work.
So
I agree. I agree that this is badly designed to be a dungeon or a place that they would be. But also, I don't know. You could like fix it a little bit if you needed to, just to make it so that they could move around technically in those hallways. But also,
I mean, an easy way to do that is basically just say, okay, each of these squares is 20 feet. Fuck it.
Yeah, stuff like that. But also, it's just like make it so that they walk over them and everything. Like it's fine.
Or like have a living space where going from your I don't know, your living room to your third kitchen doesn't take like 5 minutes to walk around.
Yeah.
If you can't go through one particular hallway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I want to get a bigger. No, okay. It was after this, I guess. No, okay.
Also, that's a pretty swanky fucking fortress for fucking hill giants, don't you think?
Yeah, right.
I've already lost it. There we go. There it is. Okay. Yeah, you have your great hall there. It goes over to the kitchen there. I don't know what 22 is, but that seems like a big area. Why are those
That's a pretty big
small...
number. 2 11s.
Yeah, it's true. Why are
now
those...
you're thinking like a hill giant.
That's 4 1s.
So the problem the problem God damn it. Oh god.
I can count.
So my problem with this example though is that I don't have a sense of scale, because obviously those 1 square long tunnels, I have no idea if those are literally just 5 feet squares or not.
Yeah, right.
I need to know.
There must be 30 feet by 30 feet.
Exactly.
Oh wait, no, hold on. 14 on the lower left. Those are beds.
Okay. And on the bottom, you see 1 square is 10 feet. Okay. There you go. Okay,
got it.
But
then if they occupy a 30 by 30 space, why do they have numerous hallways that are only 10 feet wide?
Yeah, that's well, 20 feet. That's it.
One square equals 10 feet.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't even see the hallway on the others map. Yeah. I don't know why. Yeah, I don't know if that applies to this map, because I don't think this is the full picture. That's the thing.
Well, okay, Aiden, you know what? I can explain it. It's because hill giants are dumb.
But they wouldn't be able to.
They built their fortress like, guys, not big enough.
How did they even get through to build it? That's the thing.
They had somebody else dig it.
Oh, sure, okay.
And then when they were done, they're like, okay, kill builders so no one know how to get in, you know?
No.
I think you may be onto something, Boo.
I don't think they have the intelligence to hire other people to do the work for them. That's where I already
hire them. They fucking enslave them. It's like, dig.
Again, I don't think they have the intelligence to do that either. They would eat them. They would just eat them.
They ate them after.
Oh, yeah, but they didn't, like, why would they? Yeah, no. I don't think that makes sense. I don't think there's a way to make this make sense if this is the scale for this size. It's you know?
Very badly designed.
So on further inspection, yes, I agree it's poorly designed. Fix it.
Yes. And this is an official fucking module. And
but also, utilize he utilized tactics to make it so that they would get into other places and stuff. That's fair enough, but he didn't make them go over them, as far as he said. Like I don't know.
I'm really intrigued by the fact that both maps look so different from each other. Like they look like they're from different fortresses.
Yeah. I don't know what this is. Hold on. Okay. This
There's
is
not
Tales of the
even a
Yawning.
section. There's not even a section where it's like, oh, this is the stairway up and down.
Yeah. Tales of the Yawning Portal.
There aren't stairs.
Yeah, there's no stairs.
Against
Or at least
the
not
Giants.
between levels.
There we go.
Also, on the left map, it says Hill Giant Stronghold upper level, right?
Yep.
But then we see it open onto dirt at the very, very bottom.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's a footpath.
Yeah, that's weird.
All right, let's see. Let's see what we got
Did
here.
AI make these maps?
No.
No. This is far before.
Hopefully not.
This is far before that, as far as I'm. Okay, hold on. Okay, so I have Tales from the Yawning Portal from a 5e Tools site.
You bought it, obviously.
No, this is freely available to anybody who Googles literally this. It's just there.
Oh, okay. Okay, good.
The whole book. It's almost like everybody can put the information anywhere and they can't stop us.
That's true.
It is assumed that the party has safely arrived at a spot near the giant stronghold, a small cave, well hidden, where they can hide mounts and equipment. They come to the place of the giants just at dusk. No windows are visible, nor can giants or any other creatures be seen about the place, although occasional bursts of shouting and laughter can be heard faintly from within. The characters have been warned to expect guards and the great doors to this steading, but none are visible. If the party returns to the stronghold after the initial foray, there will be guards present on the second and subsequent visits. Time to see what is afoot. If the party decides to retire between forays against the steading, they can retreat to the relative safety of the hidden cave base camp to rest and regain spells, provided they take moderate precautions. Okay, so here we go. This is the map. Okay, so this one. The upper level 1 square is 10 feet, while they're both the upper level. This is not your... Okay, but I need to see...
Is it just 2 options?
No.
For the upper level?
This is one that's the player version, one that's the DM version for some reason. I want...
What?
I don't know. Dungeon level, maybe?
Well, the player version wouldn't. The player version would not have like the names.
Yeah, it doesn't have the numbers and stuff on it.
Yes.
Dungeon level 1 square equals 10 feet. Yeah, okay, so it's 10 feet.
Okay.
Both. What the fuck?
Okay.
They
fucked up.
I need information about. Hold on.
Unless they forgot a 0. It's 100 feet.
Like the beds are tiny. In the great hall, the great hall with 2 tables. Might I add?
Yeah. Okay.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
What is this? I need information about. Okay. Giants have been raiding civilized lands in bands. First stage of the character's mission is an infiltration and assault of the steading of the Hill Giant Chief. Okay. What does that mean? From there, if they succeed, the adventurers chance to... Okay. I don't. It doesn't give me anything to go on about anything about the area. It just tells me that this is the place that they are fighting them. Which I'm like, okay.
So there are 47 beds.
Yeah.
In the map on the left.
Yeah.
And we are expected to believe that in the Great Hall, which has 2 20-foot long tables, can fit 47 30 by 30 long giants.
Well, so is it okay? So here's my question.
These giants are fucking theoretical physicists.
Yeah, here's my question.
Yo!
Okay. So here's my only counter is that the giants are not necessarily 30 by 30. That is just their area of reach.
Threat range.
Right? So Are they 10 by 10 then? Like the
I
actual
would say
things?
the 10 by 10 is a fairly safe bet.
Like in the sense of like their actual body.
In which case they could squeeze by each other.
Yeah.
In the 10 by 10 hallway. But still, that doesn't solve the issue of the Great Hall.
Yeah.
But I think I don't even know if that's true, because he specifically was like, these are huge creatures, which are 3 by 3.
Well, yeah, but okay. Huge creature.
Right?
Yeah, no, you're right. You're absolutely correct. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. So
what have you done, Bacon Man? We were on a roll not watching your video for a time.
I'm so angry I have to piss.
Go on.
Expel all the evil.
I just need to look at okay. So yeah, huge is 10 feet high, not necessarily 10 feet like to the sides.
Yeah.
But it's so the only thing that stops them from moving through each other. There we go. That's what it is. Okay. So let me get this on the screen. Right here. Okay. And I'll give you this. So that's the size chart.
Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah.
So, okay. So this is so my assumption is that, you know, they're not lying down necessarily, right? They're standing up in the middle, at least from my perspective, right?
Yeah.
And that is their range that they can hit. Okay.
Yeah, that's
understand
their threat
that.
range. I can buy that.
But you have to also think of it as this is their entire area, because otherwise it doesn't work for, you know, characters and stuff, because all this shit with the large and everything, like it would fuck with how maps are designed. So
yes.
Shin brings up from D&D Beyond Chapter 9 combat, movement and position, moving around other creatures. You can move through a non-hostile creature's space. In contrast, can move through a hostile creature's space only if the creature is at least 2 sizes larger or smaller than you. Remember that another creature's space is difficult terrain for you. Hill giants are huge, which is 2 size categories larger than medium. They should be able to move through a medium character's space then. Yes, exactly.
Yes.
And they should be able to move past each other. That is literally something they can do. They have a 40-foot speed, so they can go past. But is it because they would end technically inside of each other's threatened range? That's why they say, "Oh, you can't actually move them past." Because that's.
I'm back. Are we any closer to an answer?
Yeah. So if you look at this,
kinda.
If you look at this, you have your huge stat, and that's why, or your huge block, and that's why they're considered to be a 3x3, even if they aren't technically filling in the whole space. And Shin brought up how you can move things, you can move through spaces, and they count as difficult terrain if they're hostile, or no, just in general. Okay, so they couldn't move past each other. Okay, understood. They would be on top of each other. Threat range wise, so you can't do that. Understood. But that doesn't mean that they can't go over the players.
So the hill giants are like naked mole rats in a colony of like there is only enough room for one person to go down this tunnel at any one point in time.
Yeah.
Not even that, but yeah. You know, like it doesn't make any sense. At least block-wise.
This map was designed.
It was designed. You're right.
It was designed.
You're absolutely correct. But yeah, Shin, the best point, at least for this, is that that they could move over the players and the players could move under them because of the fact that they are 2 size categories above. According to the rules, that's just a thing you can do. So, I don't know.
So why aren't the players darting around between their legs?
I assume they did. That's how it got so easy for them to do it, but the giants could not do it to themselves. Like, they couldn't do it past each other. So that tracks at least, but the spaces themselves are too small. That's the biggest issue. So again, I agree. These maps are poorly designed for the size of the occupants, and it doesn't make sense how this happened. It makes literally no sense. So,
official content.
Good shit.
Good job, Watsy.
Yep.
Especially if this is supposed to be a stronghold where they're supposed to be able to defend, you know?
Yeah.
That doesn't track.
You Ugbug, stand in hall.
Yeah, exactly.
There, defended.
Yeah, really. I mean, again,
You know,
I know they're not the most
more
intelligent, but come on.
More than one person designed these maps, and they were older than 12.
That's right.
Yeah.
Well, these are even updated maps from the original, like, Gygax ones for Against the Giants, apparently. That was its own thing. I don't know anything about those maps, but that's what I saw.
Don't be saying anything against Gygax.
Yeah.
That's right. Anyway, all right, we were a ways ahead. Though.
Tearing down a wall to get fall so completely
There we
flat
go.
because of bad map design. Now, someone might argue that hill giants are dumb as rocks, so it makes sense that they would build their stronghold in such a way that it inhibits their own ability to defend it. And I'm not gonna argue that point because you're kind of right, but that doesn't change the fact that it decreased the fun of that adventure, at least for me. And besides, other giants who are more intelligent and wiser would not do the same. Anyway,
Well, yeah, but we're not talking about other giants first off.
That doesn't matter.
That's completely moot. But
Yeah.
that's my problem, I guess, is that they are stupid. I get that. They're big, dumb creatures. They had the ability to create a stronghold like this first off, right? Like, think about that. The ability to create, design, and make a functional underground stronghold. Okay? So that requires the ability to know about bracing, about structural design, engineering in general. Like, just because they've made it functional to live in, quote unquote, doesn't mean they wouldn't make it so that they could move around easier, you know? Like, they're big boys usually, all right? Make it so their mass actually means something to them. Make it so that at least they have it so it's 30 feet across. Because, you know, huge area. Why not? Because they need to waddle back and forth here and there. Make it so that they need to waddle back and right. They need to waddle back and forth two abreast. Like, come on.
Yeah, they needed to.
There's a breast in there.
That's
What's
right.
going on?
They needed
Turkey
to
one.
dig those hallways out, so then that way the adventurers would have somewhere to hide.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Exactly. But it's
I'm
like
just thinking of the ogres. From
Hill
fucking
giants are
Warhammer.
really stupid.
you're right. Exactly. Right. Like I get to a degree having a small choke point for other people that want to get in, I guess. But why even make it so that other people could get in a smaller place? You know, instead of making it so that you have a big area that is your entranceway that you would have two people to guard at, like, upper, you know, shoulder to shoulder, right? Or in this case, you know, they're off, you know, at the start of the adventure or whatever. When they get there, they're off, you know, drinking or whatever, because sometimes you just they do that. Whatever, who cares?
Sometimes I get thirsty.
Yeah, it's fine. That's fine. I'm fine with that. But the intention, at least, was for two to be there to guard. You know.
Yeah.
And they couldn't guard as efficiently if there's not space for them to guard. So, like,
So don't worry, guys. When I make maps for my Cthulhu adventure, I'll make sure that the squares are for 3 feet,
thank you.
and you can't stand in any of them.
I appreciate that. Yeah.
Yes.
Looking for squeezing rules right now. Squeezing into smaller spaces. A creature can squeeze through a space that is large enough for a creature one size smaller than it. Thus, a large creature can squeeze through a passage that's only 5 feet wide. While squeezing through a space, a creature must spend 1 extra foot for every foot it moves there, and it has disadvantage on attack rolls and dexterity saving throws. Attack rolls against the creature have advantage while it's in the smaller space. So yeah, those corridors should be wider for them, but they can squeeze through them. So the other thing is the small 10-foot corridors are not big enough for them to squeeze through then. Because that's only 10 feet, where large is 20.
Jesus.
So they cannot actually get into their own space in some of those places. So I have no fucking clue how they even carved them out.
You know what I would do? I would have it be like, yeah, this is a hill giant stronghold, but guess what? There's also like a little nest of kobolds in there that just eat off the scraps.
You gotta do something like that. Yeah. Because that's the only way that it makes sense that there are spaces that would be big enough for smaller things only.
Yeah.
So,
and hell, even the kobolds wouldn't make those tunnels that big, but that's all I got.
But that's the only thing that you can really go for.
That's all I got. You're not leaving me with much here.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Are hill giants 20 feet wide or 15 feet wide? No, they have the 30-foot. They're huge.
They are huge.
They're huge. They're classified as huge.
They're fucking huge.
That's right. They're classified as huge, so they're 30 feet. Like, square-wise. If we want to talk about actual proportions, yeah, sure. But, I don't know. This is weird in terms of the fact that this is made for being a battle map and also to be believable. You know?
Yeah. It's a terrible battle map.
It doesn't work for either for me. So, why would hill giants have strongholds in the first place, given what the book says about them? I can imagine them having a quote-unquote stronghold in the sense of this is where they live.
Yeah, you know? It's like, this is a big cave.
Yes.
That's your stronghold.
Exactly.
Not like a fucking stonemason shit. Unless they, like, moved into some ruins.
Right.
And even then, it's not.
Yeah.
In this case, they created it.
The most engineering that I could expect out of a hill giant is, like, those barricades that trap cavalry. But even that would be made by, like, the smartest of all hill giants ever.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, true. I was thinking still in 10 feet. Yes. 3 by 3 squares is 15 feet wide. You're right. 15 feet is still not 10 feet, though. Oh, wait, no, half of that is large, so 10 feet. Yeah, no, you're good. Okay. So they can fit.
Okay.
They can fit. Okay. So they can squeeze.
Okay.
So they can carve those.
Yeah.
Why would they?
That is... Man, that's a really bass-ackwards way to do that, because it's like, okay, each square is 10 feet, and then the hill giants take up 3 squares, but then you need to remember that they're taking up normal 5-foot squares.
Yes.
That's, ugh.
Yeah. Why not have it be a different multiple, I guess? Or make it so that each of those are, like, 2 squares instead of 1, you know? I don't know.
Yeah.
Just design it a little better, yes.
Yeah.
Why aren't they knocking out walls?
Yeah.
Apparently he was going to have him do that, but apparently that takes a lot of time.
He did do that. It just took more time.
No.
But
I mean,
you mean in design?
Yes.
Yeah, in design.
In general.
Yes.
Well, you don't want to collapse it, do you? They built it. Christ.
Ugh.
Apparently they know how to brace walls, though, so they can fucking figure it out, all right? They've got pillars.
Yeah, right.
Literally, they have pillars in their Great Hall. There's no excuse.
Yeah. Giants are just big-ass dwarves.
Yeah.
Yeah,
in
right?
this case, yeah. Like, anyway.
Christ.
Man, how terrifying is that? You're in a dead-end hallway and this giant thing is slowly squeezing its way to eat you. That is a cool
that
idea.
Is scary. Hi, fucking at the Mountains of Madness.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah. So okay, yeah. So they can fit through the corridors, but again, I don't believe that they would only make it so that they could squeeze through it. That doesn't track. I don't know why they would why their brain would go, I need more space. Because
I don't like to squeeze through this.
Yeah, this is uncomfortable. I'm gorging myself, and now it feels like I'm throwing up because I'm pushing myself against these rocks. You know?
No, but they're really dumb.
They're really dumb, though. Sorry, forgot about that.
So it's okay.
They know how to brace the wall.
Yeah. They know how to pillars, brace, and everything, but fuck it. They're dumb, though.
The knowledge is really selective.
It really is. Again, okay. Anyway, we've made our point.
Yes.
Moving into something they didn't build makes more sense than just trashing the place. Yes, that would.
Yes.
I don't, but that's not what we're given. We're given this is theirs. So.
Yeah.
Oh well.
And wiser would not do the same. Anyway, my point here is this. When you are designing the maps for your adventures, that include giants, give them space so they can maneuver and at least be able to fight 2 abreast, which means hallways are 30 feet wide. This is equivalent to the norm for 10 feet wide hallways in structures built by medium creatures. Sure, you might argue that this is not realistic, but it certainly makes for better gameplay. Anyone who's been playing D&D for a heart has probably learned that battlefield positioning and control are huge in swaying the tides of combat. So giving giants the space they need just makes sense. By the way, if you're enjoying this video, please give me a thumbs up and leave a comment for the algorithm down below. Please let YouTube know.
Not for you. Don't give me a ding. For him. Leave it for the algorithm.
Give me a ding.
I don't want to sway your opinion one way or the other. Just, let YouTube know, suck or not suck. Number 3, rock bombardments. Now, we've mentioned how raw rules as written, giants can only throw 1 rock per round.
But and remember, he makes things for people that don't necessarily know these things. It's fine. Yeah, it's okay. That's fair.
It means their rock throwing damage lags behind their melee damage. And giants will know this too, meaning they will want to close to melee quickly. One might also argue that their being better at melee combat is indicative of their preferred means of engaging in combat, meaning giants, by and large, enjoy getting up close and personal to squash the little ones into pulp. So, giants will rarely stand back and just plink rocks at the PCs. Instead, if they're out of range, they will chuck a rock with their action and then move their speed toward the characters. Now, some giants, such as fire giants and stone giants, might differ a bit here. I can see fire giants with their militaristic discipline approaching slowly with a front line dodging while they hold their shields up defensively in a turtle formation. And then the back line is chucking rocks at the characters. And the entire formation slowly progresses.
Yeah, I was gonna say, could we go into like thinking about it not being just rocks though, if you really want to like actually do an quote unquote improvement like you're saying?
Yeah.
Like it took 2 seconds for us to think like, they make them make things.
I'll make things easy, Luke. Rock on a stick.
Yep.
If you really want to get fancy, the rock on the stick like shatters. Yep. And they throw them like German grenades.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah. It's just like, especially when he's talking about the more, as he said, militaristic ones with their shields and stuff, that already implies they have a level and sense of technology that the hill giants, at least for this previous example, do not. So, ergo, put the big metal thing on a stick and throw it.
No, rock.
But
hell, you know what I would do? I would do it this way. If you want to have your fire giants be like these kind of effectively like hoplites,
really.
which is fucking terrifying to think of a giant hoplite, but I would like to see the fire giants, if you really, really want to stick to rocks, you could have it be like a sling, except it's a lot of like head-sized rocks.
Oh, sure.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So instead of like a big fuck-off boulder, it's just a bunch of rocks, and they shotgun them at you, and they're way more accurate, and they can hit like multiple times.
Yeah.
Or like that one Titan in AOT who like crushes up the boulder and then like throws the relative to him pebbles, but like
to people, it's like a cannonball.
That makes sense.
Yeah, scatter shot.
Yeah,
for sure.
That would be really cool.
Yeah.
So that way you can still have it be rocks if you want. And hell, maybe they're lava rocks. Maybe they set you on fucking fire. I don't really know what the cloud giants would do.
They zap you. It's fine. They have their inherent magic already.
They have meteors. Holy shit.
All right.
This progresses perhaps only 20 feet per round, whereas stone giants, because of their love of rock throwing, might just stay back and use cover when possible and hurl rocks at the characters. And here we're starting to get into role-playing our giants a bit more, which leads us into our next point.
Good.
Number 4, tactics by giant type. Each of the different types of giants is going to use slightly different tactics in combat, depending on their capabilities and lore. And we've already touched on that a bit in the preceding sections of this video, so I'm just gonna hit some main points here. Hill giants are mean, dumb brutes. They want to get up close and personal quickly and smash the pathetic little adventurers into pulp. And they are motivated by hunger more than any giant type.
So
each of the different types.
related to the quality of his video.
Giants is going to use slightly different tactics in combat, depending on their capabilities and lore. And we've already touched on that a bit in the preceding sections of this video, so I'm just going to hit some main points here. Hill Giants are mean, dumb brutes. They want to get up close.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why are the Hill Giants the same size as the people?
Great question. Absolutely fantastic question.
They used the small. They used reduce.
Okay.
Dishonorable. Get them out of here.
No, honorable for them. Honorable for the Giants to reduce.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. I see what you're saying.
If they enlarged themselves, then it'd be like, bro, bitch.
Or maybe they did enlarge the people, you know?
Yeah, that too. They could have done either or.
Yeah, maybe.
But no.
Some personal quickly and smash the pathetic little adventurers into pulp. And they are motivated by hunger more than anything else, it seems. So if the characters have their horses nearby, they might just go for them, hoping to...
Remember, Luke, Raw rules as written.
break some legs and drag away a tasty meal. Hill Giants are too dumb to recognize spellcasters or other dangerous PCs in the back, so they'll just smash whatever is closest or whoever hurt them the most in the last round of combat. Now, Rock Giants are more sophisticated, love art, and are mostly peaceful, wanting to be left alone. So I can see them keeping their distance and using a barrage of rocks to hopefully chase off the adventurers. And maybe they try to parlay first, asking the party to just leave or asking them what they want. They might also use their stone camouflage ability to hide and let the party move by them, as long as doing so doesn't threaten their home or loved ones. Giants can love people too. Just because they're big and they like to squash things doesn't mean they don't have hearts and
he's
love
not even going to mention it
inside them.
Also,
right?
it's not a rock giant; it is a stone giant
and belligerent. I don't see them talking or asking questions.
I call them ice giants all the time, even though it's frost giant.
That's fair.
Yeah. It's just dreams.
Yeah, the dreams. Like please,
if we're gonna
it's the most interesting part about them.
If we're gonna appeal to what they do, appeal to the fact that is the case, and so that it might not even be that they do any of that shit. They might not be quote unquote awake, brother. Come on.
Yeah. The fact that they live in a perpetual dream doesn't really affect their combat behavior a ton, I guess, and maybe that's why he didn't bring it up, but I still would bring it up because this is still all about role playing.
I was going to say, he's not, this isn't necessarily, this is about their tactics, which, I mean, in that case, a dream could mean a lot of things for tactics, right? What do they believe the dream to be in that moment? Do they believe it to be an actual peaceful dream? Do they believe it to be a nightmare? What is their mindset in that moment? Because
that's kind of impossible to nail down.
Well, honestly. So what I'm saying is that means that you could have a completely variety of interactions because they might be in some state of dreaming that is good or bad to them. So they could be incredibly aggressive because they want it to get back and end the dream quickly, or they could be more peaceful about it because they're like, oh yeah, it's fine. I already did my thing, and now hey, you're little guys, what's up?
Actually, what the fuck happens if a stone giant goes to the surface world and he thinks he's dreaming and he is like, hey, I'm gonna go to this human village and trade some shit, and then in the dream he gets a big he gets a thing, and then when he goes back underground he's now technically awake, but he still has the thing because it happened?
I don't know.
What happens then?
I would have to look more into it to really figure that out.
I wonder if there are any that have super duper existential crises because of that.
I don't know, maybe. Yeah, that's another whole thing you could explore. You could explore so much when, again, the whole concept of the above world being the dream. You can do so much with that, man. It's fucked.
It's great.
So I'm gonna have to throw out a little bit of a dig against Luke, but I think I know why he's not mentioning the whole dream thing with giants.
Okay.
So you'll notice that his video is titled 5 Ways to Make Giants More Exciting in D&D.
Yes.
And I don't think Luke is going to acknowledge that this lore exists.
Okay.
Because it's way more interesting than anything he's put forward.
God.
Potentially.
It just reminds me of when I actually called why Garibay never said anything bad about D&D. Remember that? God.
Yeah.
I hated that. I hated being so right.
It's big, so consume.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to fight dwarf hoplites in a tunnel either. True. You just don't want to fight
dear
hoplites,
fucking
to be
God.
fair.
Yeah, no, fuck, dude.
Dorgar hoplites in a tunnel with hill giants in the back throwing rocks over them at you. Yes.
Holy shit. That, actually, now that you mention that, I'm curious why they didn't have, how, so in the previous hallways, where the giants couldn't move past each other, why don't they have, like, a hill giant standing there, standing in the foreground, fighting or defending, and then have some hill giants behind him, like, stabbing forward over him or around him with spears? Because a spear is just a sharp stick.
Yeah. But they're dumb, so... they're dumb. Don't worry about it.
God damn it.
They're dumb.
I can't argue with that,
Stone giants, rock giants, whatever they call themselves, Steinjotun, in their own language. Steinjotun, excuse me. Jotunen. Excuse me.
Jotun?
Yeah, that's right. There's an N at the end, though, so that's why I said Jotunen. Anyway.
Oh, Jotunen, yes.
And they see a lesser life form, humans, elves, dwarves, etc., wander into their territory. It's just charge, throw giants, woo! Throw rocks, and hack with their great axes. However, they aren't ignorant to the ways of warfare, so...
Don't you guys think that was a good bit?
Yeah, I laughed.
Aren't you guys glad that made it past the editing floor?
Yeah, I'm on the ground right now. You can't. If you're noticing, I'm laughing so hard that I'm crying.
Yeah, you're laughing.
God, I'm crying so much.
You're laughing so loud that
your
mic just
to
peaked.
Be quiet.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'll just.
Your mic peaked and it was just not capturing.
Yeah,
it.
that's right. That's
God.
exactly it. Yeah.
It was almost as funny as literally any joke he's ever made about bacon.
That's right. Yeah, I had the
dude, always classic.
Yeah, classics, dude.
Yeah,
I laugh.
Yep,
I laugh so much.
They will employ better tactics than hill giants. Frost giants will use cover and maneuvers such as shoving PCs over cliffs, knocking them to the ground and grappling them so they are pinned in place.
Why would they shove a PC over a cliff instead of just picking them up and throwing them over the cliff?
Yeah, because it's easier to just push something than to grasp it.
I guess. I feel like I would have kind of a hard time if I'm trying to shove a 3-foot person rather than just picking them up and yeeting them.
I mean, you can do it with a big weapon.
Alejo. I mean, I don't mean to.
Yeah, well, it's pretty easy to shove me sometimes, all right? It's cool. Especially if you've got a big fucking stick, all right? You can shove me pretty easy with that, all right?
Oh, okay. Honestly, you know what? Yeah, that's
what I'm saying, yeah.
Yeah.
Probably in the right frame of mind for role-playing them. Fire giants are militaristic, disciplined, and tactically minded, so we're going to see formations when fire giants engage their enemies. The front line protects the back line of rock throwers, ballista wielders, and spellcasters. They might use massive halberds to form a phalnix, or shields and spears.
Oh my god, please.
Did he just say phalnix?
No.
Jesus
he said
Christ.
phalnix.
Yeah, but no, they have halberds and whatever the fuck a phalnix is, but they're still throwing rocks.
Yeah, right. They don't. What the fuck? It's a phalanx, brother. Come on,
dude.
Jesus.
Holy shit. The fucking Roman in me just fucking turned over in my grave. Holy shit.
Ancient Italians rise. It's very funny.
My fucking ancestors weep and rage. My ancestors didn't conquer half the known world. They hired their fucking formation called the Phalnix. Oh.
Imagine giants wielding ballista like crossbows. Yeah, they would.
Yeah, no, that's sick as hell.
Cool. Yeah. That's the thing, though. He's put that out there now without having that in the beginning when he's just talking about throwing rocks.
Yeah, he's rocks. Fucking
it's like,
rocks.
Like, he didn't explore this idea beforehand, talking about improving them. So I don't know what the fuck. Like, he's just throwing that out there because fuck it. That's the thing that you would do to improve it. Logically.
Yeah.
But he just doesn't go into it for the people that haven't gotten there necessarily or just going with the rock thing.
Yeah. Also, One, Foulnix. Two, I'm not. I wish that for the fire giants, they had ballista and cannons as well. I want to see Iron Belchers, dude.
Yeah, sure. I don't see why not. That's the thing.
That'd be fucking awesome.
The magic fucking runes inside of the cannon to make it so that it expels and thus the ball go out and.
Oh no, dude, they can just use gunpowder. Fuck it.
So I hesitate with the gunpowder just because, guns are not necessarily...
Well, you don't want to give them bombs and cannons?
Well, guns are not necessarily something that... It depends on what you want for technological advancement. That's why I'm just saying...
Oh, okay,
making it so that it's magitech. It makes it so that it's still in theme, right? Because, again, I'm fine with adding guns into a setting, but it's just like, I don't see
not like baseline.
Yeah, so you could, but, like, I don't think it's the go-to immediately necessarily, right?
Okay.
Because
I just want.
If you want to do that, again, no problem with it. It's just for me, I'm just like, yeah, let's just keep going with the cool runic magic potential here.
Okay.
Thus it makes it so that maybe you could even have it so that people are trying to develop things like that. And thus you make it so that the stuff like the artificer...
race.
Yeah, the artificers exist because they are the ones who are creating those weapons, and thus they have the ability to make those magical guns, right? Then it's just to make it so that everything kind of works together.
Is a bit more cohesive. Yeah.
Anyway.
For role-playing them. Fire giants are militaristic, disciplined, and tactically minded, so we're going to see formations when fire giants engage their enemies. The front line protects the back line of rock throwers, ballista wielders, and spellcasters. They might use massive halberds to form a phalanx, or shields and spears. If things are going poorly in combat, they send a runner to get reinforcements. And if all is lost, they try a tactical retreat, instead of just turning and running away like hill giants might. It's also possible that the fire giant sorcerer holds that wall of fire spell in reserve just so she can cast it in front of the adventurers when the giants need to retreat. By the way, regarding retreating in combat, if you've played D&D for a heartbeat, you know that the rules do not support retreating. In fact, the side that tries to retreat is the side that almost immediately gets wiped out. And while one might argue that is historically accurate, because the overwhelming number of casualties in warfare are usually inflicted when one side breaks and runs, I will argue that it isn't fun from a gameplay standpoint. So, in D&D, when one side, either the players or the bad guys, decide to retreat...
Can we go back to giants, please? I don't really care about this.
A skill challenge instead of playing it out with the combat round rules. Running a skill challenge is a much fairer way to run a retreat and allows the possibility for actually getting away. The skill challenge will determine the answer to one of two possible questions. Can the heroes stop the monsters from escaping? Or can the heroes escape from the monsters? Either way, it will...
Either way, if you want to do it this way or you want to actually fight still, that's fine. Like, do whatever you want for retreat. Give them the option if they want the option to pursue and shoot down the retreating things or capture or whatever they want to do. It's entirely up to them. It's fine. And also,
and if we're Skaven, we'll eat the captives.
That's right. And also, for the adversaries, whatever they may be, might also do the same things. It's just, in general, I don't think that the rules themselves say that there's anything that's against retreat. It's just the utilization of the tactics in play, really.
I think it's more so just the fact that when you're running away, you take attacks of opportunity, stuff like that.
Oh, okay.
So it's just kind of the rules are being, they're just kind of not really in your favor.
I suppose, yeah. I don't know. I'm just thinking in the sense of like, what is it? I'm just thinking in the sense of general retreat, not necessarily combat retreat, because you can still take the dodge or, what is it? Is it the dodge action?
Disengage?
Disengage. There you go. Disengage allows you to retreat without taking attacks of opportunity, and yes, they would catch back up to you and all that stuff. So it's a balance. But once the retreat is obvious, I feel like then it's like, because you can make it so that the opposing force, if it's not the players that are retreating, signposts that they're retreating somehow. and thus,
Yeah.
you know, they know that they will not fight back, and they can do with them as they will. If they continue to just slaughter them, that's up to them, you know. But yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem to me to be a big hindrance to retreating, as long as you're playing it like with any sort of thought.
Yeah, if you actually retreat intelligently, it's fine. It's just that some of the rules in the game kind of punish you ever so slightly for doing so, unless you do it right.
Yeah.
But regardless, can we get back to giants, please? This doesn't really have anything to do with giants.
I think it does. It does, in the sense of if he's talking about utilizing tactics that a fire giant might use because it is more tactically inclined.
Okay, yeah, I that's fair.
Also, Shin says, "Hey, boo, the phalanx was Greek. Romans had the legion in their imperial era. As a descendant of English people, I'm gonna have to correct you about your culture."
Oh, god damn it!
Romans did have phalanx armies earlier on, though. Also, the Triari, which were the third line of the Manipular legions, were armed like hoplites.
Okay, I thought it was originated by the Roman legions.
There you go.
Thank you very much. God damn it! Now I can't be offended anymore.
Good job, English.
Damn it!
Correcting
Why you
people
gotta
on
take
their
this
own
from me?
cultures.
I never get offended about anything.
Will be the players participating in the skill challenge. You're not gonna like run your monsters through a skill challenge. That would just be silly. Now, if you want to know how to run a skill challenge, I made a video titled Running Skill Challenges in D&D 5th Edition. And the June 2022 issue of Lair magazine, Wishes and Waste, contains our 5e skill challenge system if you want the written version. Cool. I'll put links to both of those down below, of course. Now, back to giants. Cloud giants are shrewd and care more about their wealth and power than anything else. So instead of waging warfare, cloud giants would much rather just exact a tithe from the lesser races. Jewels and objects of art are highly prized by them. They might also look to convince adventuring parties to become their vassals, with the cloud giant serving as a patron of sorts. Of course, if none of this succeeds, they're not above combat. After all, the adventurers are only inferiors whose lives have little value in a cloud giant's eyes. However, remember that cloud giants place great value on their own lives, so they will certainly retreat when reduced to half health. And they have several spells that can help with this. Fog Cloud obscures vision, Fly makes for a fast and aerial getaway, and Gaseous Form, while slow going, allows them to slip through cracks where adventurers probably can't follow. And once they escape, the wound to a cloud giant's pride for needing to retreat isn't going to heal quickly. They will become staunch enemies that won't let that slight go and will continue to harry the adventurers, probably from afar and probably with minions and other vassals. Now, storm giants are not generally bad guys, so they will converse with characters first, attempting to work out a compromise that leaves both groups whole and satisfied. However, when angered, they become fierce and terrifying foes. They will always open up with...
Can we also just say that giants in general are not necessarily bad guys? Like, weird to put it for just them. I know they're technically, like, the only ones that are probably put that way as alignments in the monster manual or something, and that's why he said it, but just in general, they might not be doing shit because they are evil. You know, I don't know, it's a weird thing to just bring up for one of them. I don't know.
I want to say that cloud giants in 5e are actually rules as written or raw. I want to say that they I want to say that they're actually neutral good.
Let me check. Cloud giant,
that's why I had mine be that kind of like benevolent type deal.
Yeah, that's
in my world.
That's kind of they're just neutral.
Okay, that's true. Okay,
that's also why I have them as somewhat of protectors, just because they, like, in my world the big thing happened and they the other races were kind of responsible, and so now they're like enacting more of a presence because they're like, well, you guys fucked up, so
yeah, so we're gonna step in.
We're gonna step in here, exactly. So but yeah, I don't know, it's just one of those things where it's like, I get what you're doing here, but at the same time, like, we could, I don't know, think about them in more than just a black and white term of good and evil, You know,
Yeah,
it's
like,
just really
you can give these people you can give these people a bit more than just their stat block.
Yup, it's just a way to make them more interesting and exciting.
Yeah,
but whatever.
With Lightning Strike and use it every time it's available. They will use Levitate to take powerful melee characters such as barbarians and fighters out of the combat, effectively out. I mean, because usually their ranged attacks suck. And otherwise, they will swing away with their great swords, confident in their ability to win out. Probably targeting spellcasters and clerics because storm giants are pretty smart and not stupid. However, if the tide of war turns against them, they will not hesitate to dive into nearby bodies of water.
I've been playing Balacho. What kind of
God damn it.
What kind of giant is he talking about
storm,
now?
storm giants.
Storm giants.
You're good. You're not missing.
Everybody's fucking. We're losing another one.
So, what's your guys' headcanon on how storm giants pronounce phalanx?
The correct way. God damn it. And they look down and they cross their arms and shake their heads at the fucking fire giants.
It's so
just God damn it, man.
I hate it. Anyway. The ranged attacks suck. Morgan might disagree with that. No, he's talking about how usually martial characters more often than not have no good range with them, though I make it a point whenever I make a martial character to have both a melee and a ranged weapon that will do pretty good damage. So I don't know.
There's a reason why fighters with a bow are basically just better fucking rangers.
Yes, exactly. Well, fucking they gave them a whole subclass that is literally just better ranger because they're like, hey, you know how you're like a fighter and everything? Well, guess what? You're gonna be the elemental archer actually. So you know. Which is a good class, but that's why I also go...
It's good, but it belongs in the fucking...
Well, this is why I also go, like, if you're a ranger, you can take that. Fucking, I don't care.
Yeah, like, yeah.
I'm sorry, Luke. It was right there. It was low-hanging fruit. It was ripe for the taking.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, no, dude, do it.
It was bacon sitting on the counter.
Hey!
Oh!
Fucking hell.
Disgusting.
And use their 50 feet swim speed and water breathing spell to get away. Number 5, consider minions. Giants are not often encountered all by themselves. They usually have smaller races as allies, orcs, hobgoblins, ogres, etons, hellhounds, wargs, etc. My suggestion is thus to select allies that seem thematically appropriate to the type of giant and your campaign. And remember that sometimes the allies will work for the giants, sometimes the allies work with the giants, and other times the giants will work for their allies. It just depends on the giant type and how it makes sense to roleplay things, or how you have things set up and unfolding in your particular campaign. Allies are going to help you as the Dungeon Master make the adventure and combats more interesting, as other types of monsters will help cover up the weaknesses inherent in giants, which we've been discussing much of this video. And will also add variety to things, which is usually a good thing and staves off boredom. Remember, if you'd like to learn how to run skill challenges or get our skill challenge system for D&D 5th edition, there are links below. You can also become a DM Lair patron to get a monthly issue of Lair magazine, which is filled with DM resources to help you reduce your prep time, but still run amazing games for your players. Or you can just binge on some more fine videos like these two right here.
Alright.
Alright.
Definitely a video of all time.
Yep.
Like, again, those are ways to do it. There's nothing wrong with those ways inherently. I would want a little bit more meat, you know?
Yeah.
Which is why.
Just like giants.
Yeah, that's right.
Ooh.
Fuck yeah.
I like meat.
Meat good.
It's good.
Alright, we did it. We traded Guy for this. Yeah, that is true. We didn't talk about it last time around, but it is sad to see that Guy is retiring from doing D&D advice stuff and only doing campaign things on that channel. And I've said it before, but I wish him success on his 2 other channels because they sound really interesting. And I really hope that he gets all the shit.
We're gonna miss cutting people's hands off for cheap.
Oh, we can always go back.
It's true. They're still there.
And he's still got plenty of stuff there. So
The water in the glass will always taste like semen.
exactly, exactly. But yeah, it is just unfortunate that we don't have that like going back on to topics that he's already done, because you know he might have more insight now that he's gotten way more years into it, and we're in the current landscape of D&D, which is different than what it might have been those years ago when he made it and everything. Like, it's just a shame, but I understand financially that if that is his source of income, then he's got to continue making income.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, I don't know. Doing it on the side, maybe here and there, I don't know. But again, it is his decision, so there's nothing wrong with that for sure.
Yeah.
And
then I think there was another one that actually retired as well, a Man Shorts. I think he's done as
I don't know that channel.
Oh, MANN Shorts.
Okay.
He did like skits and stuff, and I want to say he made it. Yeah.
Okay.
I know Man Shorts.
Okay.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
And they're not quite as popular. He wasn't one of those at least as far as I know, he wasn't one of those channels that did like talking about D&D. He just did like D&D Florida edition or D&D Karen edition
gotcha.
where you just it's that.
I've seen so many of these.
Yes.
Okay. I don't really go out on my way to watch those kinds of videos, so that's why I never
it's more just like comedy sketches.
Yeah, fair enough.
Like that.
That's unfortunate then.
Yeah. Hey, that's an interesting one. Is that also? Oh, yeah, this is also from the DM Lair. Crafting with monster parts in Dungeons and Dragons.
I think we covered that, or maybe I had it on the docket at one point for.
Might have been on the docket because I know that's one of the things that I wanted to do.
Yeah.
Next time I run fantasy.
No, I really
like 20 years from now.
Yeah, that's right. I really think that we did cover that at one point. I don't know. I'll look through it at some point. But all right, everybody.
I've seen
we did it.
8 Devious and Deadly Undead Tactics, and I was gonna watch it after we finished tonight, but I don't know if I have it in me anymore.
I get you. Well,
maybe we'll just close that tab.
That is all the videos for us for tonight, everybody. I will, of course, extend the invitation for both of you if you wish to leave to go sleep or eat or whatever.
Yep, I'm gonna have to. I gotta take a shower so I can be not gross for tomorrow's work.
Alrighty.
And before I head out, I just want to say that I have uBlock Pro, right, to block ads.
Sure.
Yep.
I just saw the number that it displays before I closed the tab.
Yeah.
It was 503.
Jesus.
Holy shit!
Yeah.
Really?
Fucking Christ.
Ads are
that's insane.
Definitely annoying.
Yep.
Yeah, in order to
I advocate for every single person listening to this to not use YouTube, but rather Revanced on your phone. Installing it is really difficult, and nor will I tell you how to do it. It sucks shit. But if you never want to deal with ads or sponsors ever again, download it.
You'll still have to deal with
sponsors.
sponsors.
Oh, dude, I keep using YouTube. I just have ad blockers that work. I fucking rob everybody I know.
Oh, yeah, but like, I'm talking about for things like phones.
Yeah.
So
I do pay for premium, but that's more because it's useful for downloading the videos to listen to or stuff while I'm at work, and also because the show is just easier when it works, because whenever I use an ad blocker on Watch Together, it fucks with the aspect ratio of the actual player and everything. It's really annoying. So
because you have premium, does it keep playing the video if the screen is off?
Yes.
Oh shit.
Yeah, that's why that's another reason why I do it. Yeah, it's incredibly useful.
That's something I had to get used to with Revanced. Which I don't advocate for.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, no.
For legal purposes.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
No, what? No.
All right. Well.
Also, before I go, Alejo,
Hi.
are we gonna fucking play more Moria this week or what?
Yeah, man. Yeah, for sure.
Okay, because I'm off on Tuesday. I don't know if you have time then.
I might. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, for sure.
Don't fucking fuck this up for me.
Hey, man, I'll do my best. Okay, I do want to finish that game. Okay,
I want to die to the dragon.
I know, me too.
All right, see ya.
See ya. Bye.
Goodbye.
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 Bye. All right. Let me go over here so that I can still light up. Yes. Okay. First release the Hellhounds to swarm you, have the Durgar phalanx follow up, and the giants throw stones from behind, all that. Yeah. I like the idea of groups of all types of giants teaming up like the 5 mafia families of New York. Sure, yeah, you can have that. Alright, well, I'm gonna read comments, and I believe I only have one comment to read, I think? Hold on. I actually didn't have this prepared, like an idiot, but I can prepare it right now. So, Hill Giants, Orcs, Cyclops, Minotaurs, Ogres, and Trolls, the 6 mafia families of the forest. Oh, there you go. Yeah, why not? Okay. So, yeah, I do. I only have the one, so this is gonna go pretty quick. So... Get that out of the way. Okay, we're good there. Cool. So, we have one comment. It's from Timothy. Timothy says, "Hello, bros. Still working on lore. Very good show this week. Have a nice day." That was for last week. Thank you very much. I hate that. I need to take this away. I gotta get that feature out of here. This auto-reply with generated responses. I fucking hate it. It's so annoying. Anyway, thank you so much for the comment. Well, yeah, that's comments. Wait. I will, of course, come over here and say, hey, get ready for shilling, because we do in fact have a Patreon and a Ko-fi that is right here. There we go. The TableTalk crew, or patreon.com/TableTalk crew, and of course Ko-fi or ko-fi.com/TableTalk crew both have the same benefits. So if you wish to join it, you can for as little as $1 a month, but you don't have to, of course. But thank you out there to those of you who have, some for many, in fact, all of you for many years at this point. That being Draco Kranken, Rick, aka Unit Rico, and Steely at Tier 4. Big thanks, of course. Big thank you for being at Tier 4. Thank you goes out to Crimson Rose for being at Tier 2. So thank you very much. And a thank you goes out to our Tier 1 contributors. We appreciate you all very much. Again, you can join if you wish to over at Patreon or Ko-fi if you wish. Other than that, you can also... Oh, geez. You can also go over to TeePublic and get our logo. I forgot to put that away. Get our logo and other stuff on whatever you want over there. So go for it if you wish to. I'm actually going to deactivate that one. Ho ho! Because it's seasonal. That's why. Anyway, TeePublic, you can go and search up Table Talk, Discussion, and Discourse with the ampersand, and you will find us. So if you want to, go for it. Going over to our website, tabletalkdnd.us, and going over to the Support Us page, you can see all the things that I have talked about and will talk about, as well as our custom dice you can get through there with a simple PayPal payment, if you have PayPal, because that's the only way that I can do this, unfortunately. But they're there. And you can also win them through the Garabingos and stuff that we do here and there, more towards the end of the year. And finally, of course, you can use our link in the description to support us and also charity through buying stuff through Humble Bundle. We got a bunch of stuff coming through for Monster Hunter that's coming, so if you want to get that. I saw there's a new Dynasty Warriors. That looks interesting. But also 5e Adventures, Crafting Monsters, and VTT assets here. As well as a bunch of other stuff like Vegas Pro, if you're having any interest in editing videos and stuff. Vegas is what I use, and it's pretty intuitive and simple to do. I don't do a lot with it technically when I edit, so it's not not the biggest thing, but or at least I don't use all of its features, but I do use a lot of them, and they are useful. Obviously, it's a anyway. Maybe one of these days we'll get around to writing stuff again. You're good. Don't worry about it. Lost track of time last week for lore. It's totally fair. Don't worry about it whatsoever. New Dynasty Warriors learned it here. Yeah, it's called Dynasty Warriors Origins. It's on Steam and such. So there you go. Anyway, for those of you who have been watching, thank you so much. For those of you who will watch in the future, thank you as well. Remember to do the YouTube things. Ding, like, ding, comment, ding, subscribe, and ding that notification bell, all that shit. God, I feel slimy for saying it, but you know what I mean. Anyway, you've been on YouTube. Fucking do the things if you wish to. Otherwise, tune in for more stuff. I'm hoping to put out the next session of Vampire tomorrow, as long as I get it rendered and all that. Because I've already edited it, and I want to do more editing, but it's been a bit of a time that I haven't done it, and I've been very tired, and I apologize for that, but I am only a very tired human that you know, needs to get some sleep here and there. So hopefully I can get to editing tomorrow. If I don't, I apologize. I will get to it as soon as I can. Anyway, thank you all once again for hanging out, and we will see you next week for the final, I think, the final one of this month, which means come February we will start season 6. Wah wah! What does that mean? I don't know. It's just the next. It's going to be the beginning of our 6th year. It's going to be the end of 5 years. We've done this for 5 years. So, there you go. Anyway, see you next week. Bye bye. Goodbye.